And here we go.
There's the W. Here's ignition.
Roger, roll with Atlantic. Doubling up.
Did you just do a Kerbal?
Back to the moon and beyond.
Put that in the big bag, you know.
Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, that sure looks like a perfect flow.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
We did have an observation.
Equalize.
343 unfolds to go.
It's orange.
Water towers can fly!
Bingo! Right in the center.
Where's Jacqueline? There it is!
That was surreal.
That's not what we want to see.
No!
Oh my god.
Yikes. You bet. Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Good afternoon/evening as we take a look live right now in Starbase, Texas, where, as you can see, Ship 39 is on the move as SpaceX gets ready to take it out for a stroll over to the launch pad. I am Sawyer Rosenstein. I am your host for today's roll and potentially anything that might be happening afterwards. We'll see. But as always, I am not alone. And thankfully, I've got people who can help me rest my voice today, because I don't have to say too much with two of the best talkers here about Starship in all of NSF. Let's start with Alex. How's it going, Alex?
Where's Ship 39? There it is. We have waited so long for this rollout, right? It's not a rollout to bases or some other cryo or static fire or whatever. It's an actual roll to the pad with the booster already out there on the launch mount. It's like, yes, return of the full stack. So yeah, I'm excited.
Oh, I am excited too. Also joining us, I'm sure who's also excited, is Ryan Weber. How's it going, Ryan?
Sawyer, I've been waiting for this moment. Of course, they're gonna stack later, probably later tonight. They're gonna, I assume, as quick as possible because they have a closure tomorrow, and they might want to wet dress tomorrow, and we'll get into that. But like, this is a moment over 2 years in the making. They started this the launch pad that they're gonna stack this vehicle on, and that they're currently fixing the chopsticks on. They started the pilings for it little over 2 years ago, in early May of 2024, before Flight 4. It has been a moment in the making, to say the least, especially for these vehicles and for the pad itself. And I cannot wait to see a Block 3 full stack. It's going to look awesome. It's going to be amazing. But SpaceX, of course, had to like wait so long that they've lost most of their daylight for the roll. But either way, it's rolling, and that's what's awesome.
Yeah, before we went live, you were saying, you're losing daylight, SpaceX. Come on, you're losing the daylight for the roll. But, oh boy, at least it's rolling, and at least that rolls us one step closer to finally seeing Starship return to flight. You were doing the math. How long has it been since we've seen a ship roll out specifically to the launch site?
Well, it's been 208 days since a ship has been at the launch site. That was Flight 11. Actually rolling out to the pad, it's been 210. That was October 11th, 2025, when Ship 38 rolled out to Pad A, or Pad 1. That's the last time we had a vehicle a ship roll out to the launch site. And the last stack, of course, was pretty sure the day before that, which was basically nope, they stacked it on the 11th. So yeah, it's been 210 days since we've had a ship stack or full stack, or at least the stack itself. But yeah, it's been a while, almost 7 months. But it's going to be well worth the wait, as we all saw during the booster static fire. I bet we cannot wait for the launch on that one. And I can't wait to see a Block 3 ship stacked on this new booster. The integrated hot stage ring, it's going to look really cool with the ship on top. I just can't wait for it.
Absolutely. Shout out to the field team who was out tonight as well, capturing all of this, who probably had to clean off all the camera lenses after the static fire left some junk on a couple of them from how close that was. Which, along those lines, by the way, Patrick Bob already came in with a $500 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Goodness gracious. Thank you, Patrick. Saying for camera repair / replacement / additions after the static fire. Appreciate that. Also appreciate Jay Keegan, who's the one pushing the buttons, pulling the levers, making this stream happen behind the scenes as producer. And of course, as always, if you have questions, tag us at NASA Spaceflight or at NSF. They'll appear in the software that we have back here, and that way we can get to as many of your questions as we can here. So as we begin the roll, I like seeing the shadow of the people in the bottom right. It looks like it's part of the mural moving, even though it's just the way the lighting is. But I guess at this point is, what do we think is going to be the procedure here from getting out to the pad and lift? Is this something, Alex, you think that they're going to lift right away? They may wait a bit. I know we saw some work that they were doing earlier out there.
You mean for rollback afterwards?
No, for rollout for
rollout.
for full stack. Is that something we see
Yeah.
later today? They gonna do it right away? What do you think?
Hopefully we see the stack later today. They've been trying to get those chopsticks back up to spec, the carriage system. I do hope we see a full stack later today. That will be quite an amazing sight to see. Unfortunately, we'll have to be during the night, right? But the benefit of the night is that the morning comes tomorrow, hopefully, and so we will see it in the morning at the very least. So that's good. And there's still a closure, as far as I know, scheduled for tomorrow for a beach closure, basically a test closure. That my guess is it's got to do with a full stack test. What kind of full stack test? I don't know. Probably a wet dress rehearsal. That's what we're waiting for, right? It's one of those things that we've been anxiously awaiting. It will be the first time a ship has been fueled on pad 2 on top of a booster, and so that will be really, really nice.
Yeah, then we will have, I believe that's another record for the tallest rocket at that point, beating itself by just a tiny bit.
Yep. 1.3 meters, I think it is. A little bit added on to booster, with the new forward section, basically. Starship keeps setting and breaking its own records. It's kind of funny. Then another record likely won't get set until Block 4, and that's going to be when Gigabay gets online. So it'll hold this record for a while, for probably a few years, I would assume. And then we'll set another record. But as of right now, when they stack this tonight, because I think they'll even stack it before midnight. It shouldn't take that long to stack this thing. The system is pretty much similar to Booster. There's no more ship pin to stack this. It's now the catch points and the lift points are now. It's basically the same thing as Booster through and through. So it shouldn't take that long to do it. And yeah, we'll have a new record for tallest rocket ever tonight at some point.
If all goes according to plan, yes.
Yeah.
Which part of that, I know they're going to need the chopsticks to do that, and they were working out on the chopsticks a bit earlier. Do we know what they were doing, and will that allow them to hopefully still lift tonight once it gets there?
So what happened is we don't really know if it was the static fire that caused it or if something just happened when they were lowering the sticks after the static fire. But when they went to lower the sticks last night, they stopped kind of in a weird spot, and it was a little weird. They stopped, they slowed down a little bit, then they continued to stop until they went all the way down. And it kind of seemed odd at first. They didn't really think much of it. And then all of a sudden, a bunch of cranes showed up to the launch site. And a bunch of people started walking on the sticks. And then we saw them all looking at a singular skate. There are, if I remember correctly, there's 8 skates on the carriage. Wait, no. There's not 8. There's 4 in the center line. I think there's 12, if I remember correctly. There's basically 4 per column. And then, of course, there's There's 3 separate columns, so basically it should be about 12. So one of the skates on the center line of the carriage must have gotten damaged or dislodged or something along those lines. And they ended up removing that skate by hooking up 2 cranes on the opposite arm and taking weight off the carriage. So you tweak the entire carriage and stick system. You tweak the whole thing. You take weight off of it, and then they removed it around 9:20 last night. They didn't get a replacement in until like 4 p.m. today. So part of me thinks that they didn't have one on site and they had to order one from like either the Cape or LA. They might have had to order one and ship it to Starbase because of how long it took for one to arrive. Either that or they fixed the one that was broken. But either way, we won't really know what exactly they did. So then they installed this new one. They're still working on it right now. In fact, they're raising up the sticks a little bit, making sure everything's aligned and everything's good. There's still some scaffolding on the chopsticks. That'll come off eventually once everything is sorted. The guys will leave the sticks that are on it right now, and then they'll get ready to lift the ship. But it's all fixed now. They're just kind of doing some ops checks on it. But, sometimes mechanical things break. It happens.
Oh, hang on.
Uh-huh.
Is that the cones? Can we go to the forward docking ports?
I think they installed the passive.
Yeah, the passive and the cones. So it's a probe and drogue sort of in system, right? Like a like threading a needle, basically, right? And so there's like a cone for that sort of drogue system, so that the probe sort of hits that cone, and then it sort of latches onto the end.
Yeah,
That's cool. They have installed that already on the forward end. I didn't see the aft end.
the ship. The aft end already had I think it already had it installed the last time it rolled. I don't remember though.
I don't remember that. I think it was just a cover.
I think it should be all passive for the ship, because I think the depot will have the active side. I think is what their plan's gonna be on that. So any ship like tanker ships, Starlink ships, which Starlink ships won't really have it later on. This is just testing in this at this point. But tanker ships and like HLS, as well as crewed ships, cargo ships, those will all should have passive docking ports for the probe and drogue system. And then the only active part should be on the depot side, I think is what they're going to end up doing. So the depot will have the active QD and the active part of the probe and drogue. So we'll have the probe part. And then the passive vehicles will attach to the active depot, transfer fuel, and then undock, and that's how they're going to transfer fuel and dock between starships is what I think they're going to end up doing in the future here.
It's cool that we can already start to see some of that infrastructure and architecture. In my head, I'm like, oh yeah, because it's a test vehicle, but no. I also have to get into the mindset of, sure, it's still testing at this point, but they want version 3 to be the final version that they can start flying actual payloads on and actual missions on, and get ready to be able to do those larger Starlink missions, to be able to finally get some testing in for HLS, especially with Artemis 3 scheduled for next year. So it's kind of cool to see it, but in my head, it's like, yeah, that's normal. It should be there. Let's see. Of course, I see people asking, I don't know if we've seen it yet, Jellyfish wondering, any sign of decals on it yet? Alex, anything we've seen?
None. We have not seen anything. But they're not rolling this out for good. Like, we know that they have to roll it back, right? We were mentioning before that there's still work to do, and mainly, like, very, very big important work is loading whatever payload they want to load into this vehicle, right? Because we know that in the past, they have loaded what we called dumblinks, right? Sort of like dummy Starlinks, right? Starlink simulators, just pieces of metal simulating the size and connections of the real Starlink satellites. We got hints from a communications permit a while ago that maybe this on this flight may not be as dummy, right? They may be a little bit more smarter and may carry something more closer to the final product, basically. We'll see how close it'll be once we see those being installed. Normally, for that, we will have seen that already because they don't load those on the launch pad or anything. It's a thing that they load in the Mega Bay, and oftentimes there's like hardware that goes out to the Mega Bay and everything. Like it's a very complicated thing that they do, right? A really complicated process, or at least very visibly complicated process, and so we will have seen that already by now. And my guess is that that's probably going to happen a little bit closer to the launch. Officially, we're still a week away. Hopefully, let's see if that occurs in a week. But we've been talking about this for the last few days, that these roles, in theory, should be rather trivial for them.
In theory, of course, even though it is still a new variant, it's still the same basic concept of rolling it down the road.
Yeah.
So you mentioned the point that we don't really have the Starlink simulators in there yet. We don't have any decals on it yet, which is, of course, the most important part of those two. But space enthusiasts wondering if they do stack when they get to the pad, Alex. How long can we expect them to stay a full stack?
I wouldn't be surprised if it lasts less than a day. Like, we know that there's a wet dress rehearsal, or at least some kind of full stack testing. We hope that it is a wet dress rehearsal, right? They, like, especially with a launch a week away, it might really be something of Ship 39 rolls out tonight, it gets stacked, they do checkouts overnight, they do the test tomorrow, and then by late afternoon or evening, it's already back on the transport stand, and they roll it back before it's midnight. Like, it could really be within 24 hours or something like that. It's already back on the barn. And they start getting all of the final preparations. They load the Starlink simulators, or, not so simulators. Maybe they are real Starlinks. Who knows? Because, again, that communications permit was talking about, communications from things deployed from Starship, right? Using the Starlink system. And so it's like, might actually be the real thing. Who knows, right? Or maybe a combination of both. We have no idea. We'll have to wait until SpaceX says exactly what the plan is. But it does seem like there's going to be some kind of payload on board Starship. And so we're probably going to see that sort of thing. Like, I can imagine something like that being possible at the very least. Like, Sunday, this thing is already back on the barn, and then they start doing the final checks. Same thing with Booster 19. Once the ship is gone, Booster 19 will probably come back to the bay and do preparations. If SpaceX really wants to do this next week, it can be as fast as that. And they've done it in the past. It's a new vehicle, though, so we'll see how that, makes changes into their plans, put it that way.
Yeah, but at the same time, it is SpaceX. Sure, it's
Yeah.
SpaceX, but also it's SpaceX. And we've seen SpaceX, they can either have Elon time, which is add 6 weeks, or it can be Gwen time, which means it's actually going to happen on the 15th. So we'll have to see which it ends up being. But that's the crazy thing, is that even though we're still waiting for this to roll out and then full stack, and then they still have work to do on both of them, it's still very possible that this time, a week from now, we will have had a Starship flight for the first time in a long time. God, that's crazy to believe.
I'm going to be honest and personal here. I don't think it's going to happen in a week, but if SpaceX really wants to happen in a week, then they need to, hurry up. Like, roll out now, I guess.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing. It doesn't mean that they're going to, but the fact that it's SpaceX means you can never rule it out. That's the cool part.
Yeah, I think it'll be middle of the week of the 18th. If not, then push to after Memorial Day, which is the 25th of May. That's my thinking.
There's optimism, Ryan Weber.
Hey, okay, they're rolling out for stacking and wet dress right now. Then they have to roll them both back for final checkouts and make sure and look at the data and make sure the wet dress went well. And any changes to the tank farm and any changes to the pad that might be needed will have to be made. Because I'm just going to tell you this right now: with all the booster testing they've done, they have made a lot of changes to this tank farm, just with booster, and it's rolling again.
Yep.
So, like, we'll see. They've definitely been able to test a lot of the ship stuff at Massey's. But I would not be surprised if they did run into any issues. They'd have to test some stuff. They'd have to change some things, and then maybe even that becomes another tanking test when they stack again. So we'll see.
Chat, I'm seeing a lot of people saying, "Oh, boo, Ryan Weber," and the
just
pessimism
me.
versus optimism. I'm interested what you guys think, chat. How many of you think that they can make the 15th, and how many of you think it's going to be closer to, what is it, Memorial Day or Labor Day? I always forget which. Memorial Day, right?
Memorial. Labor
Yeah.
Day is September at the very
Yeah.
least for you Americans it is.
Yes, thank you to the Spaniard for reminding me of the American holidays.
I just
Yeah,
want
here in Spain it's May 1st, but you guys have it in a different day.
I want to point out here too. This is on a brand new ship transport stand. All right. So these stands were built for Block 3 and later, because the ship clamps are clocked a little bit differently now. They're not all symmetrical. They're in 2 sets of 3, and the 2 sets are a little bit farther apart degrees wise. I don't remember the actual degrees off the top of my head, but it's a new ship stand. Instead of chaining to these SPNTs, it's actually bolted to the SPNTs. So it's much easier to connect and disconnect these stands from the SPNT setup. It's a much safer setup because they don't need a separate bar to actually hold these SPNTs at a certain distance away from another. They can just, it's just bolted. It's bolted to the stand, which is bolted to the transporters. It's more compact. It's simpler. It weighs more, so the stand itself, which means you don't need as many counterweights. Back in the day, they've only got, 2, 4, 6, 8. They only got 8 counterweights on this thing. They used to put, I don't know, they used to put 12 on each side. It significantly reduces the amount of counterweights they need. It's a significantly less complex way of attaching a transport stand to SPMTs, and then it's a very simplistic attach for the ship because it's just 6 ship clamps. That's been the same for a while. Way back in the day, they bolted the ships to the transport stands. But yeah, I just want to put it out there.
More
That
test tiles.
That looks like metallic tiles.
Yeah.
It does. Yeah. So
More metallic tiles. We're gonna have orange again.
It's about to say if the ship makes it
re-entry.
through, it's gonna spray rust all over the place.
Doesn't look like there are any missing tiles at the very least, but yeah,
No.
metallic tiles. That's for sure.
Again, this is Gage, by the way, operating this camera, zooming in on those metallic tiles for us. You can
For
see
once in person rather than being thousands of miles away.
there. Yes. Actually, hands-on operating the camera, not one of the
Yeah.
remotely operated ones. All right, let me thank some people here. Mr. Fluffy saying, Ryan, do not help Sawyer on future BF6 Friday nights. He brainwashed poor Taylor earlier during Flame Trench. Yes,
Oh, boy.
for those who didn't see the Flame Trench earlier, Taylor Hose, who was the lead of the closeout crew for Artemis 2, was on for a great conversation. And he did say East Coast, Best Coast. So, Wilbo Baggins saying was in bed, phone alerted, here. Thanks, NSF. And wow, there's a surprising amount of store messages. I wonder what they could be. Huh. Anonymous saying, let's go flight 12 with, it doesn't pop up when I hit this, but it's one of the flight 12 patches. Trent, thanks for covering the rollout. Watching it from my farm in Illinois with the collector's patch and an etched whiskey glass with the Starship Flight 12 patch on it. Oh, there we go. Huh. Yeah. Didn't we promise that they were going to go during full stack? Which we did. They go to everyone once we have the full stack. But, as always, members get special perks. And if you are any level member here at NSF and you go into the membership section on YouTube, you will see a post that just happened to pop up today, which will tell you exactly what you need to do to secure your Flight 12 merch early. Because as you know, patches are limited, and once they are out, they are out. So if you want to snag one early and make sure that you grab one, that's one of the perks of being a member, one of many, in addition to all the other awesome things that you'll see in images and things from Starbase, and especially with launch coming up, members multi-views and behind the scenes. Yeah, this is definitely a chance to go grab that early and a perfect time to become a member. Samuel Flight 12 patch, this will make a fine addition to my collection. Love you guys. Anonymous saying go Flight 12. James coming in saying nice patch. Wyatt saying Flight 12 patch, looks so good. Go B-19, go Ship 39, go SpaceX. Anonymous saying let's go Flight 12. Martin says hi. Hi Martin, VE2MRX. Woohoo, have the full collection. Can't wait to receive. Glasses on the way. Great work, Team NSF. Yeah, that is so cool with that. Also, I see getting a collector's pin in there. Tommy, Starship is back. Good luck, Ship 39 and B-19. Let me get to one of the questions that's also in here amongst the 20,000 store messages, really putting Jay's panel to the test here tonight. AI Fantasy Art asking, are they going to be able to weld the tines on the booster with it fully stacked? Ryan?
If it means the chines, those don't get
Probably.
welded; they get bolted.
What about the pins?
And so
the
anyone who's looked at Booster over the last, ever since the static fire, I should say, you'll see there's a lot of open gaps in the chines. That's because all the aluminum tape that they had closing up those gaps basically got blown out because of all the vibrations and everything else on it. With that, it's not really that unusual, especially for that kind of. They fired the engines at full thrust, all 33. What did you expect was going to happen? Either way, those don't get welded. There will be metal strips with bolts. In fact, if you look at Booster 19, there already is a bunch of those installed on the other chines. The rest of the chines just have to get them. And I know that's going to be a question a lot of you are going to have over the course of this stream. Will Booster 19 need to roll back? Yes. Booster 19 still has to roll back. It needs to get all those strips installed. It'll have its engines inspected one last time. Final checkouts. We don't know if it has FTS yet. I would assume it doesn't, because I don't know if I'd want to install FTS with the static fire, especially first time round. So it probably still needs to get that. And then, of course, all the other final checkouts. And there's a bunch of static fire data hardware that was left on it, that was put on, that they wanted to get data from doing the static fire. Ooh. So that all has to come off too. So there's a lot of stuff that has to come off and a lot of stuff that has to go on. So it's not done yet. Both have to come back to the production site, one way or the other. This is not the final rollout, but it's still an awesome one because it's the first time a ship is heading towards the launch site in almost 7 months. So, we're getting
it's some
close.
Important work.
Oh yeah, this is an incredibly important one. We assume this is a wet dress rehearsal. And by the way, this is Gage, I guess, in his truck, following Gage Cam following a 52-meter tall rocket on a transport stand down a highway. Just as you do, as you do.
Just as we did the other night with Booster 19 too, following behind it with the KMR art circling Gage's truck as he constantly drove behind. We'll have to see if Jade continues circling the Gage mobile as it goes behind. Sorry, continue where you were. This is just
So this will be we expect a wet dress tomorrow, assuming they get it stacked tonight, checkouts, and they're ready to go. It could push into the window tomorrow for the wet dress, but we assume that's the test they're going to do tomorrow. It makes the most sense. They need to run through their new countdown. As we know, they significantly lowered the time to load the booster.
Did that
what?
ship just wobble?
They stopped.
Yeah, they stopped very abruptly.
As you mentioned, the wobble.
Yeah.
Coincidence? I don't know.
Well, it stopped. We'll go with that right now.
That was quite the wobble.
When you stop something that big, that heavy,
I know, but
suddenly, you know.
it scared me for a bit. I was like, what's going on there? It's also the first time they transport a ship on this stand, so I was like, oops.
They have fit checked this stand though. Not rolling, but they fit checked it with Ship 40 a while back. I think back when Ship 39 was at Massey's the first time around. It was a while
Yeah,
ago, but
see,
they
people in
definitely
chat
fit-checked
they're
it.
they're saying that they're seeing it, that
And
they
I just
saw
want to
it.
point out in the back channel, Gage did note something fell, heard a loud sound, and then they stopped. What that is, we
That's
don't know. Just that's
not
the report we're hearing from
ideal.
the field here. I'm trying to do my A/B test and rewind as it happened to see the wobble. But yeah, that's definitely different from what we normally see on the rolls here. And you were just pointing out, hey, this is oh wow, yeah, the short stop. Yeah, that is a new transport stand that we're finally seeing used here. I guess maybe some things they still need to work out on it, maybe.
At least the front didn't fall off, Sawyer. That we
Don't
can tell.
We're looking at the back
no.
side. We don't know.
I can see the
Don't
front
speak
side
of
on
it,
other
because
cameras.
then it happens. Okay,
I'm
we
joking.
already got a bunch of lines out there in media. So
It's normal, you know. It's
Yeah.
normal. The
if
front
we were
fell
messing, it will
off.
be in the
It's still in
in
the
the first
environment.
stack.
Okay.
Yeah,
Those
it's still
dates will
in,
delay a bit. You know, all of the phrases. We don't
about
want
the
to
launch
keep
date.
adding them to the intro.
Yeah, about the launch dates. Hopefully they stick this time.
Oh boy.
But yeah,
Anywho,
Yeah,
as
the
we
last
were
time I was on a
rudely
broadcast.
interrupted
Hey, the
by
last time I was
Ship
on a broadcast with the
39.
ship. Yeah,
What?
that didn't go great.
Yeah.
Continue, Ryan. Sorry.
anyway.
I was gonna say, as we were rudely interrupted by Ship 39 wobbling a little bit and stopping abruptly, they need to do a wet dress rehearsal so the teams can run through the new countdown. They significantly lowered the amount of time to fuel the booster, and ship is probably gonna be much faster than people think. They did the static fire load for Ship 20, Ship 39. Why my brain's not working. Back when they were doing that static fire, they did that load in like 20 minutes. That's why I thought 20. Man, wow. So and that was with a lot less pumps. So there's a chance that ship gets loaded in 20 minutes or earlier, maybe even like 15. Especially with the capacity they have at the launch site. So it's going to be kind of nuts to watch that happen. Hopefully tomorrow. But let's hope they make it to the launch site here because I want to
This is
see
not a
ship
bad
moving
view.
again. No, it's not bad.
No, not at all. And again, for those who want to see what we're talking about, if you rewind, whether you're watching live or over on Starbase Live, it was at 7:45 p.m. Central Time. So you can use
we
the
need
clock
a-
in the top left to kind of
Do we
rewind
need a
and see
replay of
what
that?
happened and make your own conclusions. What, Alex?
Do we need a replay of that? Feels like it, right?
Like,
I mean, apparently we're already working on it.
Meanwhile, Ship 40 out there in Mega Bay 2, you can see it. If you look into that building sort of center left, that's Mega Bay 2. And the ship that you see there, you can see sort of like a silhouette of a ship. That's Ship 40. It's probably saying, oh boy.
Yeah. No, you need to work so I can fly, so I can orbit, maybe. Come on, Ship 39, you can do it.
maybe one of the metallic tiles popped off, which wouldn't be that much of a loss, but you know.
Oh boy. While we wait for the replay and while we are paused for a moment, I have a lot of queue to get through here with the support, and then we'll get to more questions once we know what's going on. I was going to get to more questions, but obviously this is a bit of a puzzling moment that we're going to wait and see what's happening here. Let me see. Blake Sears saying, been a member for just shy of 3 years. Appreciate everything y'all do. And if I could still play golf while giving y'all all of my money, I would. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. A couple of anonymous messages in the shop saying thank you and moo. Cole saying snagged one. Rika saying your support team is super. What did you learn about the whole space industry and what were you surprised about it? I mean, I guess we've learned a lot over the years. It's hard to pick one thing in particular other than SpaceX gonna SpaceX, as we can see on the screen with Ship 39 currently halted after something on the roll.
With the Boca Chica Air Force there.
Yeah.
I'll say this as an update to the chopsticks. They're now, after testing some stuff while they were raising up, they went back down now, and the crane is grabbing the scaffolding bucket. So the scaffolding that they had set up for changing out the skate is going to come off. So one broken thing is fixed, and let's hope the other thing that was supposed to use the other thing isn't broken too. By that I mean Ship 39. Let's hope that's not broken and can use the sticks that are now fixed.
Hopefully.
Stop breaking things.
Oh, hi, Jake. No, the flame trench is not on right now. You can't be on camera. Yeah, jumped up right where my camera would normally be because we'd normally be, after a flame trench. But anyway, Wilbo Baggins saying, FYI, chat was great fun whilst we waited. This community rocks. Buzzlex, thank you for the support. No message with it, but appreciated. Telstar 86, question to those who have all the patches so far in NSF crew. What's your favorite design? Ooh.
I liked Flight 4 a lot. With the colors of the re-entry and everything. That was cool.
I do like Flight 5s also.
I'm sad that the Flight 6 one was the catch with Starhopper, and we did not get a catch on Flight 6.
Yeah.
It's like, almost.
I remember that.
Yeah, Lindsay says Flight 10. Chris B says STS-4. We're talking about our merch, not just overall patch. STS-400, of course.
If we're going to do that, Apollo 11's patch is pretty cool.
All right, yeah.
I'm still a sucker
the
for
Artemis
STS 130. The fact that it was the shape of the actual cupola was really cool.
Oh, the Artemis 2 patch, the fact that it was two-sided, that was so cool as well.
Yeah.
The official, not our patch, I meant.
Well, yeah.
We'll have to work on that later.
Artists, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Capcom and above gets access to the NSF Discord. We appreciate it. Woodworker Dunn, NSF camera operators are world-class, galactic class. Really appreciate that. And then, oh man, this thing is so loaded up here. I'm going to try and catch up a bit. Let's get to some other questions while I try and find more of these through all of the store messages. Let's see, as I accidentally clicked the wrong button and back out. Astro Playground was wondering, what are the large squares of heat shield on the side of the ship? The side that we saw as it was rolling out opposite this one. Ryan, do we know what those are?
Those are patches of glued tiles. So they're using a newer purple glue. They've gone through red, blue, and purple. Different RTVs, different glues. My guess is these are kind of in like negative pressure zones during reentry, and they're going to test to see if the tiles get pulled off during reentry. Basically, they're doing this they're doing it on the leeward side to kind of test the pressure differential on that, rather than trying to put a patch of this on the actual heat shield side, because they want to give this ship as best possible chance to succeed reentry. That's why you see these test tiles, they're all on the edge. None of it's in the center line. They want, if this ship gets to reentry and it's controlled, SpaceX wants this thing to survive. They want to get an accurate ship landing, because they want to also do that with 40, so that if everything works out, if the booster's good, the ship's good, and they're confident in it, they can try a catch in 41. That's what they want to do. They want to get to ship catching as quick as possible. They want to get to reuse of both vehicles as quick as possible, because I don't know if anyone's realized, but with Artemis and everything else, they got to get their flight cadence up. They got to do it sooner rather than later. So they want this stuff to survive. So I don't think they're going to take any chances on trying to do experiments that might cause the ship to be lost on reentry. So that's basically why.
Yeah, and I believe Jay in the background saying that we do have the replay of when we hit the brakes here hard on Ship 39's roll. There you can see that on the left there.
Ooh, that's doesn't look right.
All I can think
There
is the
you go.
Seinfeld episode with George Costanza and the stopping short and putting his arm out. But anyway, that's another thing. Huh.
Somebody said it's like the shuttle twang.
Oh my gosh, yes, but it does. Thankfully, it stayed on the ground or stayed on the mount, shall we say, on that. Because we don't need another, what was that, SN9 that fell over?
Yep. SN9 fell over in the high bay. That was, oh boy, I'm trying to remember when exactly that was. Stand by. Let me find the day that happened.
Yeah, we don't need another one of those. Let's say that for sure. But I mean, again, it's hard to tell from that what it was. It just looked like a stopping short, and then obviously investigating something there. So we'll see.
And we were talking about the patches on the leeward side of the ship on the tank section, but there are also patches of tiles on the leeward side of the flaps. At least the aft flaps. I don't remember at least if the forward flaps have them. I think not. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, the aft flaps also have a bunch of tiles on the leeward side, and it seems it's very much like the ones on the tank, where it's like applied differently. And they really are testing so many different ways of attaching tiles. We've seen even them doing testing on Falcon 9s for this sort of thing of like trying to get the tiles to stick and not fall off, basically, with different variations and whatnot. So they're really trying their hardest to keep all the tiles on. They need that reusability.
Yeah, that's kind of important when it comes to reusability. Also, I'm glad we didn't go bingo right in the center and pull a jack on that one.
No. Please no.
That was his response. No. So yeah. Anyway, I do want to continue to thank a couple people here with big support before we move on to more of these questions here, because we do have a lot of those. Patrick Bob coming in, gifting 50 red team memberships. Holy cow! Thank you very much, Patrick. Always super generous here. If you did get one of those, please make sure that you give them a huge thank you. And again, members, if you go into the membership section here on YouTube, also for people over on L2 and in the Discord, you will get the magic link and the magic password to be able to get the Flight 12 merch early. So people asking, where's the link? If you're a member, you have the link now and the passcode to get into it. If you're not a member, as soon as we have full stack, it will open up to the public, but that is just something we offer as a thank you to our members so that they get first dibs on patches, which, a reminder, once we sell out, we are sold out forever. But now we have pins. Ian and Veritable with a $50 super chat asking, is the ship rollout just a fit check for the full stack and ship will roll back? Will the ship remain stacked on booster unless there are stacking issues? Alex, what is the prognostication for the future of this full stack? What are you expecting?
Well, neither of those. It's there we go. It's rolling again. Haha!
Hey, it's moving.
Go.
Hooray!
That's good news.
It's neither of those. Like, yes, you could say it's nice that they will get a fit check of sorts, right? But it's not like they're just rolling it out just for that. We do have test closures for tomorrow, so they're gonna be testing the full stack tomorrow, unless they somehow stack this thing and then unstack it and then roll it back. I don't think that's gonna happen. But yeah, so it's gonna roll out and then get stacked. It is not for fit checks, but also it will not be remaining on top of booster 19. Like, it's gonna do the testing, then be rolled back, and then be prepared for flight in those final days. Remember, because I was saying that we've seen in the past them basically rolling vehicles very late and very close to the launch and still making it to the launch. Flight 9, they rolled the ship within 24 hours before the launch. Basically, that's how close they were to T0. So Yeah, there's really nothing that says, they couldn't just roll the vehicles, especially if they're already tested and ready for flight. Doesn't need to be out there for like a week beforehand.
So then I guess that comes to this question here from Nathan, who's asking, what's the timeline till launch then? What do you think?
Well, if they're still tracking the 15th, then that means it's about a week, less than a week now, because the launch time will be at 5:30. I think it's 5:30 p.m. Central. So this will be already like almost 2.5 hours into the window, or at least past the opening of the launch window. It seems like it might be like an hour and a half launch window. But yeah, that's basically more or less what we're looking for. We'll see if it sticks to the 15th, right? That's a big question. These vehicles will have to roll back. They'll do final checks. We don't know exactly what sort of final checks. We know that there are final checks to be done because there are things like, again, on the ship side, the simulator, Starlinks, and whatnot need to be loaded and all that. We don't know if they have installed the flight simulation system, for example, on either vehicles, because it's something that now, especially, it's a lot harder to guess with the new sort of raceways and things like that they have. And then the booster, as Ryan was saying before, they probably will need to do a final check of the engines, remove all of the test equipment that they had on the booster, because when it rolled out and was installed in the OLEM, it was installed with a lot of test equipment, and they cannot access the engine section while it is on the pad. If they wanted to remove it before this full stack, we will have seen them already removing booster 19 from the pad and removing all of that test equipment, right? And again, they cannot do it while it is on the mount. They don't have access to the engines. They have to close out the chines. They have to do a bunch of other things as well, right? So it's not straightforward, but it could be work that it's like 2 or 3 days of work, maybe 4, right? So if they do everything on time, it might be quite a quick work.
That would be nice. Again, as of right now, looking at May 15th as the earliest potential date. Ryan, I know people are asking, have we seen any NOTAMs, not Mars, LRMs? What do we have out there, at least pointing towards May 15th? And what, I guess, is the window that is looking at this point if it doesn't go directly on the 15th?
Well, we've seen a couple of actual NOTAMs come out. There is one for, I think it's for Mexican airspace. There's a few others over the Gulf. And they are launch windows between May 15th and May 22nd. So, or really May 15th between and May 21st is actually the thing, because it's later in the day, so UTC time ends up flipping it. But basically, it's a 5:30 opening window. It's gonna be looks like to be about like a 2-hour window or so, maybe less. Usually they've done like an hour or maybe an hour and a half. But no earlier than the 15th of May, as of right now. We'll see if they hit that. Everything has to go right for them to hit that. I'll just say that. And over the last the last day and a half, everything has not gone right. They basically had to delay the ship rolling for about a whole day because whether or not the ship was ready, and then they also broke the sticks. So ship roll got delayed a little bit. So it's little things like that that could definitely push the launch a day or two, or keep pushing it if they have delays here and there. But as of right now, the net is the 15th. We'll see if they hit it. There's a chance they do. There's a chance they don't. One way or the other. They've got a lot of windows. Several days in a row. It looks like they'll even hit the weekends and whatnot. If for some reason they don't hit any of those days at all, they can basically push all the way to the 22nd, all the way to the 21st. They cannot go the 22nd, the 23rd, the 24th, or the 25th. That is considered Memorial Day weekend. And they cannot close the beach or the road at all during that weekend. So they can't go those days, which means it would have to wait till the 26th if they can't make it by the 21st. So that's why they have the 15th to the 21st open right now. So that's basically why it's set up the way it is at the moment. But, we'll see how it goes. Tonight and tomorrow are going to be big milestone days and nights, and we'll see what happens. And by the way,
Yeah.
I did find the date, December 11th, 2020, is the day that SN9 got a little tipsy and fell over in the high bay.
Yeah, that was what, 3 days after SN8's flight?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, I will
Ah, the good
I will
old
add
days.
to what you said, Ryan, that one of the, because we got questions as well, and I know I'm not Sawyer, but I'm reading chat, and I know people are saying, but why would they destack again and they roll back again the ships, and why will they roll this and do the full stack things, with an incomplete sort of set of vehicles that are not ready for flight? And it's like, well, first of all, it's not a new thing. We've seen this many times before, right? The whole purpose is that they can test in a full stack configuration. They test the pan, they test the vehicles, they can work on them in the lead up to that launch. Like in the week that we still have until launch, they have a lot of time there to be able to correct anything that needs to be fixed. The sooner that you do that testing, the better, right? And so that's also worth conveying here, that just because they need to roll it back because there are a few other things that they need to work on that may take only just a few days, doesn't mean that it's the end of the world or anything like that. That is actually good, because they can do that work. Like, there's a thing on the ship, and now I don't know, that work needs a full week of work. Well, they found that well before they even attempted a launch, right? Like a week before a launch attempt. Like, that's the sort of thing. This is why we test. That's, all the cliche phrases and everything that you can think of.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the whole test as you fly, as we saw from the video and everything, and something we've just been saying anyway for the longest time here, is you test as you fly. So
Yeah,
why not
that's
test
their
with the
video.
full stack with everything?
Yep, exactly.
Here's a question from Michigan Trailer, and they're wondering, does it matter what orientation they transport the ship, Ryan? Is there a reason they're transporting leeward first?
Well, the reason they're doing it this way is because when they go to roll into the pad, they don't need to turn around to then line up with the sticks. In this case, they literally come up to the pad and then they'll just turn in a nice wide circle, or you can do a pretty tight circle with SPNTs. Either way, they'll turn in a circle and then they'll just kind of slide right into the sticks, dead on, and then the sticks will come up, go under the catch pins, and get ready to lift the ship up. Now, what's kind of funny about this one, and it's a quirk with the new pad. So for anyone who remembers seeing lifts way back in the old days, 7+ months ago with Pad 1, they had a decent amount of room between the flaps and the launch mount. Well, this time around, they don't. In fact, if there's a water manifold on the tower side of the launch mount that has a little notch in it, so that the ship aft flap can clear the manifold during stacking. It's kind of funny. I am curious to see if they actually stack this one with flaps deployed. Right now they're chained closed. Those chains will come off. They actually have press lines on, which I'm actually kind of surprised at, but it's probably because it's sat standing in the mega bay for hours on end and didn't roll out. So they'll have to take those off, put some covers on. That doesn't take that long. Take the chains off. And whether or not they'll do it with apps deployed, we'll see. In the past, they would always deploy the flaps before they stack. There's a chance this time around that they don't, but that might be a little wonky with the weight. So we'll have to see. But either way, it could be kind of a fun, interesting look stacking, since the flap is going to be pretty dang close to the launch mount itself, because the mount's bigger than the old one. This mount's much bigger. But that's part of the thing.
While we're speaking of orientation, there was another question from a random person saying, do we know if they'll transport ships with the heat shield facing up or down when they send them to Florida? Obviously, we have all of the vertical transport here in Starbase, but what is the plan, Alex, in terms of shipping them over to Florida? We know, obviously, it's now going to be horizontal, but how are they going to lower it, and do we know which way they might have facing up, facing down?
That's a really good question. I will think maybe facing up
Mm-hmm.
and with the flaps tucked in, right? But anything can be possible. There's the argument to be made that facing up, I guess, with the heat shield down, then they need to set the heat shield side on the transporter, right? On sort of there's like semicircle things that they'll be sort of holding onto the ship. Then you will be resting the ship on the tiles on that transport stuff. I don't really know how to call it, transport jig or whatever you want to call it, right? There's an argument to be made there that you could damage the tiles, but then you can change them when you arrive to KC, right? Like if they get damaged, well, just change it. It's something that they've done multiple times.
We've never
It's
seen that
probably easier.
before, say with Space Shuttle Columbia making it to KSC
Yeah,
for the first
boy.
time on the shuttle transporter.
Not
shuttle
Not
carrier
gonna lie,
aircraft, and
it would be so cool if they could put this on a 747 and just fly it out to Florida and land on the shuttle landing facility with the ship on top. That would be so cool.
The 747 is not powerful enough.
I know, but
we can dream, okay?
they can always do the concept. They had a concept in the 70s to transport the shuttle and also launch it way in the future on a double cabin 747. Like it will be some weird rock sort of thing, right? The straddle launch airplane, but instead of, I think it was going to be like 747 cabins instead of, I think I don't remember which fuselage they use for rock, but was another plane.
Something like that. But yeah, if you've never seen it, take a look at the pictures of Space Shuttle Columbia when it first came. I think it was 78 or 79 of when it first made it to KSC. It was, it had a worse bald patch than a couple of celebrities I could think of. So
the problem is I don't know how much Block 3 ship weighs. The last number we got a long time ago, I think, was 160 tons. They've added a lot to the ship. They have. They've added a lot of stringers and a lot of other things to the ship. I don't know how much it weighs, but a 747-8F, so a freighter version of the 747-8, which isn't manufactured anymore, and they would have to find one to modify, can do. Its max payload is 132.6 tons. So if ship is under 130 tons, they could probably do it. The AN-225 definitely could have done it, but of course it doesn't exist anymore, unfortunately. So those are the only two planes in the world that really probably could have done it. I don't even think a C-5 could. But either way, or do you do, I guess, the straddle launcher, maybe? Let me look at straddle launcher's payload.
Welcome to the plane trench, folks. The after show of the plane trench. Totally not the rollout and stacking.
This is my fault for saying what I said about flying the ship on a plane, but it will look so cool, right? Than just a barge.
I mean, it would be awesome. It would be faster when you think about it.
Yeah, somebody saying the 747 carried a space shuttle, yes, but the Block 3 ship is way heavier than the space shuttle, believe it or not.
Wasn't shuttle like 80 tons? Something like that?
Yeah, around that. At least on field, it was about 80, 85. Yeah.
Straddle launch could do it if they can fit it under it. External payload of 550,000 pounds.
Maybe the Antonov,
which is 250 tons. I think it's the AN-225 actually had a capacity of slightly more than technically straddle launch. 253 tons versus 250 tons.
I hate talking about that plane in past tense. It hurts me so much.
I know it does, yeah. Originally designed to carry the Baran, which is still a cool shuttle.
They still had plans for an even bigger plane. Everybody had bigger plans for bigger planes, of course, but yeah.
Yeah,
just go into Soviet projects. Like, we're talking battleship projects, plane projects, tank projects, rockets like the UR-900.
I'm sorry, Chad, for bringing this up. I forgot that we have a plane guy here. So
Did you know Ryan
Hey!
Webber works on planes?
I do.
no,
Do I don't know if I
Worked. Works with planes. Dances with
are we
planes.
zooming
I
in
don't know.
on the docking port there?
Ooh,
do. So
there
the
it is.
aft ones are.
Speaking of the Soviets, welcome to a
Uh-oh.
probe and drogue
right.
docking system. To be fair,
Yeah.
Apollo also used that, but you know.
Well, yeah, I guess for those who don't
Very
understand
dented.
what we're talking about here, can you kind of explain the difference? It's
Oh
I'm trying to
boy.
think of a polite way to describe it. I think one of you guys would be able to do it better.
If I had my telestration,
Subtle, very subtle.
yeah,
Very
very
subtle.
subtle. But yeah,
I think
it's just basically a cone, and then you have a probe. It's basically like threading a needle, right? But instead, the thread just sticks, right? Like
Yeah,
you
it
thread the needle,
goes
and then
in.
it sort of stays attached because the end of the probe has latches that latch onto the drogue there.
There's a
Yeah.
little hole inside the drogue,
Yeah.
and the probe goes in, expands, and then also latches into the drogue, and then it can kind of suck the vehicle into itself, and then latch and then stay latched and docked. It's if you go watch Apollo 13 or the Apollo 11 movie, you can see the probe and drogue system between the LEM and the command module.
I
Literally.
guess it's almost like trying to put a pen into a funnel versus using a zipper where it has the opposite side teeth, which is what we're used to seeing with the IDA, the International Docking Adapter. That's the only way I could think to describe it.
By the way,
Yeah.
those white boxes you're seeing are D-stack sensors on the transport stand. So
Also,
And
it
what
sounds
are
like we're starting
the-
to hear SPMT audio here. So maybe as it rolls
Yep.
by, we do a little
Camera.
SPMT ASMR here.
Oh, there we go.
Let's watch and listen in for a couple minutes here, because I love the sound. Sound still so good. Human machinery at its finest. Ah, that was music to my ears. Also gotta stay awake. It's like that ASMR, but it's too early in the night. It's only 8:23 Central Time here, which I know for our European audience means it's a lot later, but still. Let's see. Here's a question from the space guy with an interesting thought. How will Starship's payload bay look for normal non-Starlink payloads? Because obviously the Starlinks that we've seen in the past, or at least the Starlink mass simulators / dumblinks, whatever you want to call them, are pretty flat. Do we have any idea, Alex, of what it might be if we see non-Starlink payloads deploy?
Well, if any satellite manufacturers out there want to build flat pack satellites, they're welcome to. That's basically the kind of things that we've heard from certain satellite operators out there. that are trying to see if they can put satellites on Starship, and they've been told by SpaceX that, yeah, look out for people that might do flat pack satellites and can fit those satellites on the PES dispenser. But yeah, it doesn't seem like they are in a hurry to make the jumper system that we saw on some of the earlier renders. It might come out at some point in the future, but doesn't look like it's going to be coming out anytime soon.
Stopped
so-
again.
It did.
No. Patrick Bob was saying earlier, hey, they finally got the pebble out of the boots of the transporter there.
Just as you say that.
No, I'm saying that because it stopped. That's what Patrick
Oh.
Bob was saying when it first started moving again. And you can see the destination out in the distance. So tantalizing. It's right there. It's right there. Just keep going.
Right on top of that booster.
Yeah.
Just
And
a little more.
The sticks are going up. With the scaffolding removed, they are repaired. In fact, you can see them going up in the distance here. They're getting ready for this vehicle to get there. If when it gets there. Come on, Chip, you can do it. You can do it.
Yeah, it's definitely a when, not an if. It will get there. But yeah. While it's paused, let me take a moment to thank some people here while we continue to get more questions, which you can tag us at NSF for those questions here. Ronnie was saying pun token here. I love this merch. Thanks for all you do. Also, this isn't Sawyer. Yes, the other day we had someone named Pun Token in chat, and it's hard to deny that it's not me. I promise. It's not Pun Token.
Is that a cone
Yeah,
on the SPMT?
it's a cone.
The fellow
Protect
over
me,
there.
cone.
Nothing will ever beat the giant snowman and whole Christmas.
You
thing
mean
that they put in
the
here.
snowman, the Santa, the tree, all the inflatables that they got from Home Depot?
Exactly.
Not
Yeah.
sponsored, by the way. But I still remember that stream. It was S28. It was like really, really late at night. They were right at the entrance to Highway 4, the old entrance, before there was the Star Factory and everything, all that other jazz. They had already repositioned it, or rechained it back down, redid the counterweights, and it just sat there. And we're like, what's going on? And they started setting up all these Christmas decorations, and we're like, oh my goodness. They're sitting there setting it all up, and then they rolled down the highway, and later on, we looked up where those were from. Yeah, they bought it from Home Depot. Yeah. Uh-oh. SPT's just turned off. Or at least the lights did.
I think it's still on, I guess.
Lights are off.
They were looking at the light attached to the Cybertruck in the front. They're still looking at it. Is it the light in the front that broke?
That'd
Because
be
it's not on.
Yeah. The light array broke. I'm gonna laugh if that broke there.
I see what you're talking about. The whole lighting system in the front there. Also,
Yeah.
they're working on something on fixing the cone. It looks like we're doing something with the cone.
Or with the remote control. They're doing something with the SPMTs, but they're also looking at the the lighting system on the Cybertruck.
Yeah, I don't think that's the truck itself. It's what the truck is towing, but still.
Yeah. Yeah, it's attached to the back of the Cybertruck.
They've made lights that attach and hook directly into the Cybertrucks is what they've done. Oh, lights. No.
I guess that's the benefit of Tesla being a sister company.
Is the one where it plugs into the truck bed and maybe they died? Oh yeah.
I mean, they're just trash cans, aren't they?
Yeah, but my mom pointed out that they look like the lids on those trash cans that swing back and forth, and I can never unsee it now.
Cybertrucks?
Yes.
Oh yeah, they look like dumpsters, because they are.
Wow.
We just got a bunch of people right now on like in the this like in the video or something.
Yeah, seriously.
Whatever.
This isn't the flame trench. That was earlier.
Oh, good
lights
lord.
turning back on, it looks like. Let's see.
Yeah, lights on the SPMTs are back.
Trying to see what they're all looking at back there in that left counterweight area. Can't tell if they're looking at anything in particular or just hanging around waiting or what.
I do like how simplistic this new transport stand looks like.
Right?
It might
No
not be,
no more
but-
chains.
Yeah,
Also
it actually,
stubbier and lower to the ground. I don't know.
Mhm.
yeah, but it looked more janky, which was more SpaceX. I have to admit.
I'm so glad they got rid of those old stands.
Yeah, now it looks like they move out to a suburban area or something like that. And they got all fancy and everything.
Well, fancy new
They drink
booster
tea.
transport stands. Although those aren't really that new.
Book
They've been using those
meetings.
since Booster 10.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, the book club and the yacht
Yeah, the book club.
catamarans.
Exactly.
and-
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep, you got it.
It gentrified Starbase's transporters. Okay, we didn't get a traditional flame trench tonight, folks, so we're having a little bit of extra fun with it tonight.
I love everyone's like mad at me that I called them dumpsters. It's like they are, and I mean like Chevy trucks. They don't win me over at all either. I have driven Chevys and Fords at work, and the Chevys didn't last nearly as well as the Fords did. So Chevys aren't that great either in my eye. I mean GMC's not too bad, but those Cybertrucks are no.
I just saw someone in chat say that at least it's not as ugly as Ship 26.
That's true. Well,
Wheels turning.
Hey,
Look at
there we go.
Wait, the guy seems a lot closer than normal to it. Or is it always just that close? I thought he walks a little further behind usually.
Give it a little pat.
They're
Come on.
wired now. Usually
You're
they're
close enough that
wireless.
you can.
They're wired.
Maybe
Yeah.
it broke. The wireless stuff.
Maybe they lost their Bluetooth connection.
That's
Bluetooth
why you should
connected.
use wired connections.
Hey, we talked to Taylor about why they use a wired connection
Exactly.
over at the white room at 39B if you want to go watch the flame trench from earlier. All right, we got a backlog.
Wired's
of
always
people.
better. Let's be honest
Yeah.
here.
I got a backlog of people I want to thank here.
Go.
Yeah. Kobe, thank you for the sticker. Someone here named Kevin saying, yo, I got a patch and a pin early because I'm a memby and we love our membies -KMR.
Kevin?
who that could
Who's
be.
that?
No idea who that could be.
No.
Being one of the membies that gets early access to all the Flight 12 merch with the link and the password for all of our members in Discord L2 and in YouTube membership. Huh. Artist was saying, seeing a full stack for the first time since last October will be wild to my eyes. Can't wait for IFT 12. The name will not go away.
Nope.
The name
Sawyer?
will never disappear. It lives on. Thank you, artist, for using the proper terminology for integrated flight test 12.
Insisting flight 12.
Bodger gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Again, if you got one of those gifted, definitely give him a thank you. And if you did get a gifted one, go check out the membership section for the Flight 12 stuff. The real Levi saying Gulf Coast, best coast. I lived on the Gulf Coast of Florida at one point. It's nice, don't get me wrong, but East Coast, best coast.
The sticks are above the booster now. They must be really testing a new skate before they decide to lift a vehicle with it.
I mean, that kind of makes sense.
They got time. The ship is probably going to break down again.
Don't, Alex!
Look at it. It's already stopped.
Oh.
I said it because I
wow.
was seeing them slowing down.
So, Alex, what
look at
number
that.
should I pick for the lottery tonight?
Yeah, right?
Goodness gracious.
Yes, that's the number.
Well, as we watch them continue to examine whatever they're examining here, I'm going to keep speed running here because there's still a lot of support from people. 321 at Astra becoming a Padrat member. Nelma, thank you for becoming a Padrat member. Swift Sand becoming a Padrat member. I left this one just for you,
Did they-
Ryan. John said Webby is the GOAT. There you go.
Did they open
Thank
one
you.
of the doors?
On the back of the SPMT on the right.
Yeah, they were doing that before.
What's in the box?
In the box.
Boy. What is in the box on the back of the SPMTs, by the way?
Basically a generator, hydraulic power unit, everything to drive the SPMTs. Bunch of machinery in there. I don't know exactly like what kind of engine they use and what stuff they use, but it's probably like a diesel generator or something along those lines.
No, and then probably some kind of gas generator too, running on methyloxine.
If SpaceX were to design it, it'd probably be like a turbine with running on methane and oxygen. Why not?
Oh, good lord.
Or you just use jet fuel or whatnot. Just basically use the same power pack that's in the back of an M1 Abrams tank. The Honeywell, I forget the name of the dang thing, but a Honeywell basically, it's like an APU. It's a turbine engine to provide it's like 1,200 horsepower to the tank. That's what you need.
I see people asking, by the way, is it AA, AAA, D batteries? What do they need?
Yes, all of them. All the batteries.
Telstar saying, let's get a horse patch for Chris B. Now we're talking. High Risk, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. The Real Levi saying, someone found my 10mm socket. There you go, Ryan.
For me, it's losing like a 7/16 or something like that. Yeah, that's the aviation kind of equivalent, especially on like a 3.7 or your number 2 screwdriver bit. Oh man, you go through so many of those.
Drunar saying, by the way, only Starship can brake check a cop. Frank.
Okay,
That was good. That was good.
That was a good one.
Frank, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Anonymous was asking...
Run it again.
Oh, he's running.
There we go.
Running
There we go.
away.
Should we take bets between each other and how many times it's gonna stop and break down again?
They're slowing down again, so
Oh, son
can
of
you
a
bet
gun.
again? Oh, there we go. Rolling.
So back in the truck he went. It looks like they're still wired to it, so... There we go. Let me also thank Bideford here with the $50 super chat saying, I'm trying. Had to go back to Discord. I will succeed eventually. Thanks, Alex, for staying up with us Americans. Hugs.
Oh, boy. My sleep schedule is so bad that, yeah, I already have Central Time sleep schedule. So it's okay.
And Patrick Bob gifting 50 more Red Team memberships earlier. Goodness gracious. Thank you, Patrick. Always great to see your name. Was very much appreciated as well. Hope you're doing well. Anonymous was asking any information on what was wrong with the skate. Alex, do we know?
We're not fully sure exactly what happened, only that they had to remove the older one and put a new one. Other than that, we really have no idea what exactly happened. We don't even know if it was as a result of the static fire itself happening, because because it happened, like the sticks were up, right, when the static fire happened, and then after that static fire, they lowered the chopsticks, and afterwards, that's when we saw them going out. It must have happened maybe during that lowering. We really don't know. Just what we saw, basically, that they had to change out one of the skates. But that specifics, it's also very crowded in there. Like, there's a lot of hardware. It's not like you can see whatever they're doing there with really great precision. Let's put it that way.
So for those who don't know, by the way, what does the skate do on the chopstick arm?
Well, it allows the carriage system to roll up and down the tower through the rails. There's like on 3 of the columns. So the one that is directly opposite of the launch mount it doesn't have any rails at all. The carriage system sort of rolls on rails on 3 of the 4 columns of the tower. And so there are rails there, and so you need the skates sort of to roll over those rails, right? Sort of like a train, basically. It's got its wheels and everything, right, to be able to roll over it and things like that. And so the skates just do that work. They are attached to the carriage system, and then the carriage system can roll up and down the tower.
Yeah, the specific thing that rolls on the rail itself is it's a bunch of roller bearings that are hooked together with linkages, and then those are integrated into the skate itself. And there are 4 arms on the carriage. Each arm has 2 skates, and then there's 4 in this in the center line, hooked onto either side of the center column. So it's an interesting design. The skates on pad 2 are slightly different than the ones on pad 1. They're a little bit more improved design. So that's why they couldn't like just go take it from pad 1 and put it on pad 2. They had to, considering how long it took them to get one in, because I'm assuming it's a replacement, I think they had to ship it from somewhere. So they might have flown it or trucked it in from another SpaceX location, but they got it fixed, and the sticks are currently up at the top of the booster right now. I would expect those to go down as the ship gets closer, and then they'll open up and ship will go in and they'll set up against the ship, and we'll see how long it takes them to stack this thing.
Hopefully, pretty quick. That's what we're hoping here. As you can see there, the vehicle on the left, the destination on the right. Well, actually, you can see it in both because there's the tower right behind it. You can tell based off of that spotlight over there. Let's see here. Let's get back to more questions. P-Gamer is wondering, will Booster 19 have a soft splashdown? Or is this one where it kind of goes high speed and whatever happens, happens? Alex, you want to take that?
I expect them to not do a soft splashdown. They'll probably do, or at least, what I mean by this is that they're probably gonna do a landing burn, but like shut it down high up in the air, so that then the booster sort of plunges into the water at high velocity. Because otherwise, especially this new version of the booster might actually survive way more intact than the previous version, especially because of that really thick and sturdy sort of transfer tube that runs in the middle. We saw what happened with Booster 18. It blew its entire liquid oxygen tank, and yet it was still standing. Like, that's the sort of thing that could happen, right? Like, you probably need that thing to come down into the water at high velocity, so you can still test the landing burn at an altitude, and then shut down the engines, let the thing fall to the water and blow up. But we'll see.
We will see. Again, we just know right now the main trajectory and what the goal is. We'll have to see what ends up happening to the booster afterwards, and if they decide to try and fish it out of the water and recover any of it, if there is any of it that is fishable and recoverable. Real Luke Danger is wondering, and I'll throw this one to Ryan, is it possible they're testing meteor shielding and installation for HLS and tanker variant mounting solutions on the leeward side of the ship?
On the leeward side of the ship, those are glued on. We know those are glued, and they look like normal tiles. I know people saw like white tiles in the Star Factory a while back. Those are just tiles without a coating on it. I'm gonna be entirely honest to you. There's a black coating that goes on the top of a white tile. So those were just those. The one thing I could be the MMOD shielding tiles. It could be the those test tiles that are on the lead, that are on like the heat shield edge. The ones that they could be metallic tiles, but they could also be like MMOD tiles or something like that. Don't really know until SpaceX tells us, and we'll probably learn about that in the Flight 12 update, which could be tomorrow. We might get that whole information dropped from SpaceX tomorrow, because they should have a full stack by the morning, and then, or at least sometime tonight. And then if they do their wet dress, maybe it'll be before the wet dress or after the wet dress. Would be my guess. And when they have a better idea of when they're going to do that. And in fact, we have a closure update, actually. And here's to probably reflect the fact that ship is still rolling and they haven't stacked yet.
Oh.
The closure is now 12 p.m., so noon Central Time, until 11:59 p.m. Central Time tomorrow. So it's noon to midnight. they want to get this wet dress done tomorrow. We'll just put it that way. So they're
Yeah.
giving themselves more time to stack the ship, do checkouts, make sure everything's good, and then do a wet dress tomorrow. And that's a change in the closure. That's fun.
Yeah,
Well,
so basically the. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say the previous time that it was supposed to be was 8 to 8 Central, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Yep.
Go ahead, Alex.
So it just basically moved by 4 hours from 8 to 12. So do we think it's gonna be able to hit that? We'll see, right?
Yeah, we'll see. That's, I mean, technically speaking, like, to hit noon to start that closure, I mean, what? They have 12, 13, 14, 15, they got like 15 hours to hit that? They got
Especially-
15 hours to finish getting the ship there, get it in, stack it, checkouts, and go.
Especially with a wet dress rehearsal, they need to evacuate more people, right? So
They got to evacuate
Yeah.
the village at least. We know they still keep the office. The office still has people in it because
yeah,
they
Star Factory and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, because during a launch that there's still people there. So they really, I think they've refined what an actual full stack explosion would look like because everyone thinks that it would be like the largest man-made non-nuclear explosion ever. But I think one thing they've realized, especially like with S-36's failure, is most of the methane would just burn more than explode. Because to actually get an explosion off of that, you have to have the correct mixture of oxygen and methane. And with RP1, it's a little bit easier to probably attain that than it is with liquid methane, because the liquid methane would just then vaporize into gas, and the gas might just ignite and burn away. So I think SpaceX has revised, and we kind of saw that in their post about Slick 37 and LC-39A, that their keep out zones are a lot smaller than we thought they would be, because I think the analysis of some of the explosions, especially a Methalox explosion, is that it would be smaller than, say, if the Saturn V had blown up or something along those lines. Because one of the biggest things about an explosion like this is not every single ounce of fuel is going to ignite. Like N1, when it had its pad fallback, like 40 to 45% of its rocket fuel didn't even ignite. It just rained down back on the launch site. So
Always love talking about pad fallbacks in N1. Yay!
hey, we got like an N1 ancestor here, or not ancestor, successor. That's the word. With that hot stage ring looks a lot like N1. It really does.
Oh God, please no, please no! Don't.
I don't want.
reference
I'm not. That's not saying it's gonna act like N1, Sawyer. Just saying it looks a lot like it. That's all.
Well, then fine. I gotta find where it was. I'm gonna put this one up on screen here. James said, "Ryan, stop trashing my Cybertruck." There you go. Also, where was it? There was also one I was saying. Oh man, I'm losing it. I'm losing it today. There we go. Bodger was asking, for you specifically, Ryan, was the sudden halt because of a zebra crossing? If not, is there any?
Yes,
Yes,
I
said
think this
zebra.
is a joke, but my brain's too fried.
Well, those who don't know, crosswalks are called zebra crossings or zebra
Oh,
crossings
right.
in the UK.
My brain is just fried right now.
Now is not the time. There is a ship rolling out to the launch
I
pad
know,
to be
and I'm gonna
lifted
be.
and
I'm
stacked.
gonna try to stay awake for the full stack. That's my
You better,
plan.
because we're staying live for it, okay?
Oh, right, we are. So
Look at the title of the stream, folks. Look at the title.
Yep.
Anyway, I'll calm down a bit. Let's see. Let's see. We took the question earlier about the leeward side. Wheathin is wondering, how does the prop load sequence and timings compare to the previous pad/vehicles? That sounds like an Alex question with the spreadsheet, if I've ever heard one.
Oh well, actually, Ryan is the expert on the new pad, but I will tell you, it used to be, at least for a full stack, they will load the ship roughly 50 minutes before the launch, and then the booster will start loading about 35 minutes before. Now, in theory, they could do both and much faster, like say 25 to 30 minutes before, right? We'll see, because for at least for the static fires and even the wet dress of the booster, because they did, if you remember last month, they did a test of just the booster on the pad being fully loaded, almost fully loaded, but sort of flight-like loading, right? They still seem to be underloading the booster by a little bit, like maybe 95% instead of 100%, but still fine, because for these flights, they have probably way more performance that they need. It's a Super Bowl trajectory, and they're not carrying a lot of mass of payload, basically. And so they seem to be able to do this basically like 30 minutes instead of what they did before of having to start loading 50 minutes. So almost half the time compared to Pad 1. It may get faster in the future.
And I guess we haven't even seen the full ship speed yet on this tower either.
At least on the pad,
No.
no, but hopefully tomorrow we'll see it. It should be the same, more or less, as in, just because they're loading the ship, it doesn't mean that it's going to take longer, because it's separate systems. Like, they have a set of pumps and subcoolers for the ship and a set of pumps and subcoolers for the booster. And so when we saw the booster, they were just firing up the booster side of things on a tank farm. Whenever they do the full stack, it's still independent, right? It's not parallel, or rather, it's not a series sort of pumps, right? It's all parallel activation of pumps and subcoolers. It's not, yeah.
Yeah, so like for example, Pad 1, they had for ship loading, you had one LOX pump. You could, in theory, run two LOX pumps, but they really only ever ran the one, alongside two LOX subcoolers. And then the methane side was one methane pump with one methane subcooler. So that's why it took them like 49 minutes to load the ship. On Pad 2, they have 4 pumps for each, so 4 LOX, 4 methane, so that's already quadruple the pumping capacity. The supply lines for both ship and booster are double the radius, so when you double the radius and a square cubed law, so you significantly increase your actual surface area for your pipe, so you have all larger supply lines. And then on top of that, the subcooling capacity for ship. So for LOX side, they have basically tripled their subcooling capacity, and on the methane side, they've quadrupled it, basically. So they've added 3 more subcoolers. So there's 4 subcoolers, 4 more. There's 3 more subcoolers on the methane side, so 4 total. And then on the LOX side for the ship, they have 1 large subcooler that's equivalent to maybe about 6 of the smaller ones. So they have significantly increased their capability to pump, to subcool, and to blow propellants through the lines. Ship, we kind of got a glimpse of it over at Massey's. They did a static fire load in about 20 minutes. And that was with with less pumps and less subcooling capacity. There's a chance they do the same, so it's only 20 minutes. But I also wouldn't put it past them to load the ship in 10 to 15 minutes. And I'm not even kidding. So you load booster in 30, load ship in about 15, full stacks loaded in 30 minutes, launch go. So basically, your ship's propellant is much colder than it would have been in the past. So it's denser when it goes to ignite its engines in flight. And booster has also got denser propellant because it stays colder because you're loading it quicker. So you get more performance out of the vehicle in that way too, along with newer engines and everything like that.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past it to if we get to a point where there are, it's quicker to load Starship than it is to load Falcon. I wouldn't put it past them. It's already close. It's already faster than Falcon Heavy.
Find out tomorrow if the full stack is loaded quicker than all of it. I mean, they're already loading the booster faster, so, you know.
Right? Is my math right that it would be faster than Falcon Heavy by just a tiny bit?
It isn't fucking heavy like 45 minutes load time.
No, they start at 50,
I mean 50, yeah. No,
or is it 55?
50.
No, it's 50. Okay, they give the go for prop load of 55. Sorry, you'd think I'd know this. It just happened.
yeah, I was about to say.
Anyway.
But Super Heavy is already loaded quicker than Falcon 9. And with the full stack, they should be able to load. They should be able to load ship quicker than Booster now, with the capacity that the capability they have. So you're gonna get a full stack of Starship loaded faster than any rocket on the planet.
Well, I would
by a
imagine
wide
that's not-
margin.
Even faster than other more traditional ones? Like, what about Electron?
How long does Electron take to load? I don't even remember.
I don't think we really know because they don't cover that
I'd
pre-launch
say they
stuff.
don't. I don't think they ever published that.
I don't know. It could be. It could be. I mean, Starship is very impressive. Let's see here. Blueston, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Smart AI Money, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Anonymous, anything special planned for a perfect Flight 12 outcome? Don't know. We'll have to see what the shop team is up to. Anonymous, I won't even read that one. I'll just put it up on the screen because it's not true. Taylor Hose even agrees it's not true. Michigan Trailer Rental here with an interesting question, saying, with rumors of SpaceX buying land in Louisiana, do you think they would build their own type of quote-unquote spaceport to avoid road closures to move ship/booster on? Or...
It's still Starbase 2.0. I've looked at the area and it looks like there's like a highway. There's pretty much also like marshland sort of thing, right? Like
swamp and marshland.
It's a swamp and marshland. It's Starbase 2.0. You don't get around.
It's worse.
You know, yeah, it might actually be worse. That's another good point.
It's far worse to build. Like you have Brownsville about 40 minutes away from Starbase, give or take, and that's an international airport. And then you still have Harlingen, that's not too far away either. The area that they want to, and there is one highway in and out. It's Highway 4. The area they want to get there, which by the way, like all of Starbase City is like, it's somewhere in the realm of like 8 square miles or something along those lines. They want to grab 200 square miles, 130,000 acres in this area. There are no large airports anywhere near there. I think the largest international airport's 130 miles away in New Orleans.
I mean, at that point, they might as well just build their own airport. Not only a spaceport, but also an airport.
At that point, you would basically have to dredge sand out of the Gulf and truck in a lot of dirt and fill it all in, build your own airport, build your own city, build your own production site, build your own launch sites. You're talking like 2 decades worth of work in order to do it all because of the area that you're also building in. And then
you still have a lot of benefits though. Like, we're not saying, oh, it's bad place, or if they're looking at it, it's for a reason, right? First of all, civilization is a little bit retired, right? It's a bit far away, which is a bonus whenever you build a launch site. There's a lot of expertise in oil rig and things like that in that area, just like at Brownsville, to be fair, right? LNG and things like that. Like, you have a lot of things there that give you a lot of expertise, and it's close by. Like, it's relatively close to Starbase and also to Florida, to be honest. Like, it's sort of like halfway in distance, right? More or less.
Kinda.
Yeah. It's like
about.
If you were to do a trip from Starbase to Florida, it more or less will be like halfway. Closer to Starbase than Florida, but still, near halfway. And it gives you access to polar launches, because if you were to launch to a polar orbit from Louisiana, from that area of Louisiana in particular, you overfly Mexico, but it's some of the least populated areas of Mexico, right? Which, again, when it comes to regulations and flying over people and things like that, they got approved already a new trajectory in order to be able to fly over Florida. But it's over the least populated areas of Florida, like between Jacksonville and Orlando. And so if they got already that, I wouldn't be surprised if they were also able to, in the future, do that sort of thing, but over Mexico.
They got approval to fly across the U.S.-Mexico border to return to look at all those tankers ready for the wet dress, to
little
get
bit of a
ready
backup.
to come back for the for landing at Starbase. They got approval to fly over some pretty decent areas there. They're trying to like thread the needle between like Los Angeles, San Diego, Tucson, Juarez,
the
and
re-entry,
other
that's true.
places there, but there's still a lot of area there. And on takeoff at that point, you're literally flying through jungle and whatnot at the southern tip of Mexico. When you're getting close to Guatemala and the Yucatan Peninsula, it's a really thin strip of land near Veracruz and whatnot. So it wouldn't be that bad. And for polar launches for SSO runs, a Starlink plus your AI sats. There you go. It's perfect for that if they want to use it for that.
Yeah, it's that area. It's like very sparsely populated. I think it's east of Veracruz in Mexico. It's also like a little how to explain it? It's sort of like the ground there. There's like a little bit of a narrowing there, right?
Yeah.
So there's not a lot of land either.
128 miles or so is about
Yeah.
the width of that area.
So yeah, it's like west of the Yucatan, a little bit east of Veracruz, for example. That area will be sort of the least. It's at least one of the least. It's not the least, but at least one of the least populated areas. And then if you overfly it, the probabilities and everything go down. Again, it's sort of like what I said before. They already have approved to be able to fly sort of north of Orlando and south of Jacksonville for launches out of Starbase. Because when you go out and you go northeast or something like that, you will be basically flying over Florida. Speaking of Florida, is that Max?
It's a wild Max Evans.
Hi, Max.
Going up
that is Max
with a
Evans,
camera.
That is Max, who is now down in Starbase. There you go, getting the whole Florida team on tonight with DNI with Flame Trench. Max down in Starbase. All it's missing is Julia and her cookies. Let's
I
see
could
here.
use some cookies right now.
Oh, Julia has the best. It's the actual astronaut cookie recipe. It's amazing. Ricky Nixon was wondering, are they installing the FTS on the booster? So where are we at, Ryan, with the FTS on both ship and on booster?
We don't really know. I'm gonna be entirely honest. If they have FTS, they both of them might not. The FTS no longer has a separate like raceway and location anymore on Block 3. Block 3, as far as we understand it, the points are under the raceway covers, which ship. I will say this: the ship raceway covers are bolted and sealed, so there's a chance that ship probably has FTS. I'll just kind of say that. You would have to take the RTV off and redo it. So I'm not going to say with 100% certainty, but I'll say 75% sure that ship has FTS at this point. But it still doesn't have its payload and final checkouts after, of course, running through a wet dress rehearsal. As for booster, there's still, of course, things with the chines they got to fix. As far as I understand, it likely doesn't have FTS. I wouldn't have installed FTS while you were still trying to do a 3300 static fire. That's just me, though. And especially since it has to go back into the bay anyways, you might as well wait. And if it's under the raceway covers, you can't really do that out at the launch site. It's not like it's a panel to take off like in the past. That's a whole cover to take off, and the raceway is much higher, especially going all the way up to the forward dome on that, and there's just no reason to do it outside. You might as well do it back in the bay. So I would say I'd give a 70% chance, 75% chance that ship has it, and I'd say booster doesn't.
I'd say that's pretty fair odds. Let's see here. T. Riley is wondering, any guess which ship or booster do you think will be the first sent to Florida? Thank you for the $20 super chat, by the way, with that. I don't know. Let's go predictions. Alex, you first. Ryan, then I'll give mine.
Maybe ship 41, booster 21. I don't know. We'll see. I think the booster could be booster 21, maybe 22. The ship is a little bit more iffy because I think the ship reuse might take a little bit more, but they're doing the ships faster than the boosters, so that compensates.
Ryan, what do you think?
It could be 21 and 42 maybe, or 41. It could be. I don't know if it's 21 as a new booster, but we'll see. Maybe it gets pushed to 22 or something like that. The pad at 39A is still several months away from ready. Like they haven't even reeved the chopsticks yet. There is, however, the ibuprofen, the thing where they use to calibrate the alignment and also stress test the clamp, the hold down arms and everything. That was seen going to 39A earlier today. I think it was earlier today. So they're going to take care of that, but the sticks aren't anywhere close to ready for it. So
instead of ibuproofing, it's going to be I keep proofing?
I keep proofing.
The crickets in the background really worked so well with that joke.
And see, all I can think of right now is ibuprofen, and now I want some Advil. So I don't even have anything hurting that bad, but now I need the Advil. I'm just old. Crazy Coaster said Chevy and GMC are only a badge in difference. Joseph Dubois saying, I misclicked is what they're saying. I'm a... oh gosh, hang on. I clicked the wrong thing. I'm a college student with an old Tesla Model 3 and I love it, but I would feel dumb driving a Cybertruck. Fair enough.
I win.
I like the Model 3 more.
I mean,
But
the Model
it
Y
looks better.
is nice too, just saying.
To be fair, anything Tesla that it's not Cybertruck looks better in my opinion, but I digress.
The Cybertruck is so brutalistic. It looks like Soviet architecture. Like something the Soviet Union would make. I'm not even kidding.
It will be green in that case, probably.
Yeah, it'd be all green. That is true.
Like Soyuz style sort of thing.
But like the brutalist nature of it with the hard lines, it's basically something like the like Eastern European like the Soviet Union would make. Yeah, that's how I look at it. Yep.
By the way, that's such a cool shot there. Looking up at it like that, I love this.
It'd be cooler if it were daylight.
Oh shush, we have it at least, okay?
I know. I shouldn't complain. Man.
Look at this view. This, I believe, is Max's view. Oh, that is so cool. Also, Jay,
when did it enter Highway 4? Like, because it stopped a few times.
Yeah.
We've been live almost 2 hours now.
Yeah, by the way, if I haven't gotten your message, I apologize. Jay, your panel's breaking. I've refreshed it, and now there's new messages that weren't showing up before. So, #blame Jay if I didn't get to it. I'm sorry.
This entered Highway 4 almost at 7:41 p.m. So it's an hour. It's only been that long? Feels like it's been longer.
Seriously. It feels much longer, but I think part of it is the fact that it was right around sunset. So now that it's dark, it feels like it went from day to night so quickly, when it really isn't. Look at that. We may get some more SPMT audio, so let me thank some people before we get some more awesome roles here. Neptune, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Opal, thank you for upgrading to Red Team membership. Bodger was telling Wilbo you said you were going to go to sleep earlier. Apologize for the late on that, but hopefully you did. I know this has nothing to do with space or Starship, but a wonderful 100 years happy birthday to Sir David Attenborough is in order.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
And yes. And now we see Starship as it rolls down Highway 4. Maybe we try and listen a bit, if there is any SPMT.
That's not bad.
As it goes by.
Do we have a microphone in this setup?
No, we don't, but this is still a gorgeous view up close.
But that wasn't bad, Sawyer. Wasn't bad. Yeah.
Thank you.
I know, literally a legendary voice, a legendary voice. Like, seriously.
I've done much worse than some that have sounded like they were mocking as opposed to honoring. So hopefully it
This
wasn't
is
too bad.
huge. Look at that.
Oh my gosh,
The heat shield looks so good.
it really does. So clean.
And every single time they roll a ship, this is the worst that a heat shield will look. Because every ship they make, they improve. You see there, for example, on the right-hand side, there's a little bit of a weird thing going on with the tiles. That probably won't be like that on Ship 40 and subsequent ships.
And here we can actually see one of the improvements with this ship is the aft.
Crunchwrap.
Well, Crunchwrap's one of them all over the ship, but the aft of the ship now, so right around the aft section, just below where they have the smaller tiles for the dome seam. Those used to be smaller tiles than the rest of the tank section. On Block 3, they're now the same as the rest of the tank section. So they actually used to have smaller ones. You can tell it really well when like Ship 37 and 38 were sitting on the launch mount for their static fires. It was like so at any like long range shot, it was so obvious to see the slightly smaller tiles and then the bigger tiles, but now it's all the same. It's a nice improvement to not have so many specific.
Are they still smaller?
Which ones?
The ones on the aft there.
No, they're the same size.
Are
Other
they?
than the strip, the dome strip. There's been a lot of heat shield changes. Like the aft flaps heat shield got completely redone. They eliminated a horizontal seam on the nose cone. They actually moved some of the tiles in and around. So, especially on the forward and aft dome seam tiles, they used to have an actual straight horizontal line split between where you had the smaller tiles and then the bigger tiles. Now, they basically transition. So you get a big tile with two little cutouts where two smaller tiles fit into it. And then and then that transitions into the smaller tiles. And then it does the same thing when it transitions back into the larger tiles. And that's on the forward and the aft dome seam tiles. So it's basically trying to interlock everything so there's less of a gap issue with the heat shield itself. So it's just the little things that they've been learning as they fly and everything. And I really think Ship 37 and Ship 38 actually making it through reentry, or at least making it to reentry, definitely helped a lot. Having those last Block 2s helped.
Yeah. By the way, it's interesting here because we're talking a lot about things about that. There's a couple questions about graphics or stickers or things that might be put on it. Of course, would they survive re-entry? So Greg was wondering, what's the likelihood of them putting any stickers on these up-and-coming launches? Maybe a moon on Flight 13 in dedication to Apollo 13? And also, would mission decals from Sam here placed on the ship survive re-entry, or would they just burn off? Alex, you want to try that one?
Oh boy, hang on. I need to process the question because there was a lot there. Was there like? What do they mean by graphic?
They meant the
Like the banana.
The banana. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the sticker. All right. I don't know. What kind of thing they might try this time around? Seems like, especially the banana thing sort of came out of nowhere, basically. The Mechazilla one made sense because it was the catch flight, right? But the banana one sort of, yeah, I don't know.
Because SpaceX.
Yeah. And then they didn't do anything else for version 2, remember? We actually got very lucky that at least one of the flights had the decals on But
Yeah, 38. They almost put them on 37. Almost. Then it rained, and they didn't.
chopsticks went all the way up to the tower
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that.
for some reason.
I think they're
Still going
making
up.
sure everything is working fine, because the last thing you want is for them to get stuck while a ship is attached.
I think it's worse if they get stuck up on the top.
By the way, we should be hearing some of those awesome SPMT sounds as we continue to watch this roll, which is pretty cool. I saw someone say we need to have a 4-hour compilation video on YouTube of just SPMT roll sounds. Hey, Ryan Caton, if you don't have enough videos on your plate, I got a good idea for you.
What was it? I can't remember the stream now, but I had suggested. I can't remember what it was, but something like along the lines of those, like the little fireplace in the background, like the video fireplace with the sound in the background. There was something else I suggested for it. I can't remember what it was now. I don't remember the stream.
I don't know, but I mean, we had the Yule log for last time, which was the launch highlights over the ship 36 explosion.
That was quite
I
a
don't know.
thing.
Maybe that's
Yeah.
Christmas this year is SPMT sounds with launches over it. I'm putting that in a suggestion thread now.
There you go.
Anyway, let's get back to more questions and support here. Everything Compute was wondering, at what milestone would we consider Flight 12 a success? Also, what do you think about SpaceX having an HLS lander ready by Artemis 3? Let's focus on Flight 12 for this one. What do you think is defined as a success here for Flight 12? Ryan, what do you think?
Ship separate. Well, they need. I think ship needs to get to reentry controlled. If booster blows up on boost back or landing, when it's not supposed to, I don't think that's the end of the world. It's not great, but they need to get the ship. They need to test Block 3, the ship. If they can get to the ship into space and have it be a controlled reentry, I think it'll survive beyond that, because then the next flight is, let's make sure the whole system works, booster and ship, and then after that it would be catching both, in theory. Or catch the booster, and then maybe you'd have to push off catching the ship or something along those lines. But I would say they need to get past, they at least need to get past stage separation with how new everything is, at the bare minimum.
Yeah, let's appreciate the SPMT again as it goes by. Just soak this all in.
The sticks are all the way up at the top, and there are guys in drones, combination of two, checking all the skates on all
Just
the columns.
Hang on. The ship stopped.
Again.
I mean, great view for it, but
Yeah.
if they're going to stop, let it be right next to one of our cameras, but still. Someone was asking earlier, by the way, do you think the SPMTs have wireless CarPlay? Because they're still walking it wired on this one.
Yeah, I don't know. these SPNTs aren't behaving very well. I don't know if it's the SPNTs themselves or whatever else is going on, but something's not working right tonight. They may need to swap some SPNTs out, or bring a new set down at some point. But they've got these, and then they've got the ones that are still attached to the booster transport stand. So if they need new ones, they can swap them around or swap them out or something along those lines. But they won't need them again for another couple of days once they get the ship in position, because it'll be stacked for probably a day and a half to 2 days, and they can figure it out then. I just got to get it a little bit farther. There's not much more to go.
River Daverino in chat said it perfectly. What an SPM tease. They're teasing. Yeah. I thought that was funny. I'll give you a pun token for that.
Pun token.
Yeah, this is slow to. It's because they know that we already had Flame Trench and everything, and we had This Week in Spaceflight ready and waiting. It's like, nope, we're going to drag this out. We're going to go as long as we can here. But then again, that does give members more time to get the Flight 12 merch, which is currently, once we get the full stack in just a little bit, everyone will have full access to it. But if you want early access, guarantee yourself a patch, given that once we're out of patches, they are gone forever. You can join the membership program. You can get information in the most recent post of how to access the Flight 12 merch page and the password. This darn SPMTs. But look at that heat shield. That is still gorgeous. Any idea, Brian, why they might still have those metallic tiles on there? Is it something that they're testing still, or is this something that they learned from version 2 that they want to implement?
Well, they didn't really work well in version 2. Funny thing happens with metal and plasma with high oxygen content is it tends to melt and then oxidize like crazy. So if anyone remembers what Ship 37 looked like, and I think they're about to get going again here. If anyone remembers what Ship 37 looked like it had rust all over its heat shield, and that's because, well, it did. The metallic tiles, they melted, oxidized, and just spread rust all over the heat shield. That's why it's orange. That's why it looked orange. So it didn't work well, but those were on the center line of the heat shield. These are on the edge. So maybe they're thinking it might work better here. Maybe it's a different metal. Maybe it's a different design, trying out new things. Because what they currently have they have the edge of the heat shield, and then they have like an ablative. Basically, ablative like paint. It's like little patches of ablative that they have stuck to the side of the ship. I think in a perfect world, SpaceX would want to replace that ablative with metallic tiles, so that when the sticks go to close, they hit the metallic tiles, it rides up those metallic tiles, and since they're metal, they don't really get damaged. It goes up and it gets caught. As of right now, when this thing goes to get caught, all that ablative is going to get ripped off, and they're going to have to replace it before it flies again, and that's not really ideal for rapid reusability. So I think they're trying to find out a different way in order to more quickly reuse a ship once it were to come back. Of course, they're still a ways away. They haven't even caught a ship yet, let alone safely landed a splashdown of Block 3. So I think they're just trying to try out new things, is basically what they're doing. Sticks are coming down, by the way.
Sticks are coming down, and the booster is moving, or the ship, excuse me, is moving again.
The booster? The booster's moving. We got problems.
No, not the booster. Warp Space saying it's actually crazy how stupid powerful Starship is. Ninja Decimator earlier, Pew 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 said Cybertruck is cool, Ryan is wrong, I have spoken. Also, Ninja gifting 5 Red Team memberships, thank you very much for that. Anonymous, thank you for the kind words. Terry saying, let's go V3. John saying, check perks for this link. Anonymous saying, thanks for the stream and the patch. Thanks for the outstanding coverage. NSF Love the live feeds and boops. Yeah, we didn't beep or boop. I'm sorry about that.
Bleep bloop. That's what I do.
Sure. I'll let you do
Yeah.
it.
I do bleep bloop at the start and end of every Raptor radio I do, because it's from Caboose from Red versus Blue. It was a PSA episode of Red versus Blue where they were talking about achievements between Griff, Sarge, Simmons, and Caboose. And Caboose hopped in and came up with his own drawed up bleep bloops, or his own achievables. And that
Oh, I
is where
remember
that
that
comes
now.
from. For anyone who gets the reference, I know there will be a lot of people who do get the reference because it's Red versus Blue. It's good old machinima from the really old Halo days.
Talk about a throwback just now. Wow.
Yeah, that's where it comes from, and I wanted to do something unique, so I decided on Bleep Bloop because Caboose is utterly hilarious. So yeah, that's where that comes from. For anyone who didn't know, and it's a callback for anyone who used to watch Red versus Blue.
Also, I love the parade here. Normally, it's a couple of
Yeah.
trucks or vehicles stuck behind the ship. Nope, it's a parade of tankers. Which, how do you explain that to your boss? Boss, I was late. Why? Because I got stuck. Behind what?
A
A
ship.
spaceship. And spaceships moves fast. Not this one. That one is on the ground.
I call it the Warthog. How about it, Griff? Looks like a puma, like a big cat, like a lion.
All four was wondering, is this the first transport with ship bolted down instead of chained? Have we seen any
Yes.
where it's been bolted, where it's not been chained?
Well, the transport stand is bolted to the SBMTs. In the past, they've always chained the transport stand to the SBMTs. So this is the first time the transport stand is bolted to the SBMTs. The ship is held on by its clamps. So it's got like 6 clamps on it. That's how the ship is held to the transport stand. But the transport stand is bolted to the SBMTs. So, yeah.
So another first for SpaceX. Let me see here. Tryfly, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Rosebud was wondering, what is that flashing fire-like looking upright column? This was from a couple of minutes ago, so I'm not sure if it's still referenced there. But this, I don't know if there's anything crazy flashing, but I know there's the lights on the towers.
They just turned on a spotlight looking at the top of the booster. That's going to be where the ship is going to put its rear end, hopefully within the next few hours.
I wonder, because the towers all have the lighting on it, which, if there's a perfect person to ask about FAA type lighting, I wonder who that would be. So Ryan, what's the deal with the flashing lights?
You know what's funny is they actually don't need those strobes. They don't. They would be totally fine with just red lights to indicate the middle and the tops of the tower. They'd be totally fine with just those. They have those in the mega bays. But they decided to say, you know what? We're going to blind everybody. And they went with strobes.
With science.
They don't really need that because Pad 2 doesn't have it. Like, and 39A doesn't have it either. They don't need the white strobes.
Well, aren't there the red ones over at 39A, though? They have some flashing ones in there.
What's dumb too? What's utterly dumb is they have red lights on Pad 1 as well as the strobes. I don't understand why they still have the strobes. Turn them off. For everybody's sake, turn them off. Please and thank you. They ruin like nighttime cameras. Like that's just annoying off to the side there. That's just annoying, SpaceX. Come on.
Although
Turn
I
'em
will
off.
say it was pretty cool after Falcon Heavy recently went to pick up remotes, and you forget that there's fire alarms on these. So as it launched, obviously there was a bunch of fire in the area around the fixed service structure there, and so there was fire alarms going off. The whole thing was flashing like a Christmas tree, and you could actually hear the fire alarm. In fact, I was watching back some of my videos, and you can hear it in there as well. So, I mean, you do get flashing lights, just typically not navigation lights or, obstruction lights. Let's see here.
So, any type A a red obstruction lighting type A off for tall structures, typically at least 200 feet AGL. Those 14 CFR Part 77. There you go. There's your regs. The red lights are required by law. The strobes are just to annoy people.
Sounds like I got some
That's
nighttime reading to do later. Trying to see, is that light the drone on the left there, or is that just a different flashing light? It's hard to tell.
That's a drone.
That is the SpaceX drone up and looking around there.
You get ready to turn in here. This should be the
Probably
turn
getting
in.
a shot with the Gateway to Mars sign.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
So we don't have a close-up right now of that sign, but it got very shaken up by the static fire. We have pictures for Membies which show that. I think it's also... No, it's not on the latest summer. It might be on the next one. So look out for that whenever it releases, because it's a bit funny.
Yeah,
about that.
It's funny because they installed all the signs, but the lighting on the inside, so the neon and fluorescent on the inside, was basically destroyed after it sat for so long. So in order to actually light the sign up, they would have to probably install like new LEDs plus junction boxes on the backside and tie it all in, but they haven't done it yet. I thought they would have tried to do it before the flight, but I guess not. They just kind of installed the sign and said, we'll fix it later.
Yeah, we'll get to it. It's fine. Man, that is still a lot of trucks behind it, all waiting to load up for the wet dress rehearsal, which we are expecting testing of some kind tomorrow, and I think it's safe to put 2 and 2 together and assume, again, we can't say 100% certainty, but assume that we will see tomorrow's testing be a wet dress rehearsal if all goes well.
It takes a lot to fill up a ship and a booster at the same time. It's like these days it's what, 5,400-5,500 metric tons of prop these days. It's a lot. So you need a lot of tankers, and well, they got a lot of them. And then of course to subchill all that propellant, you need a lot of LN2. So you know.
Speaking of that, Raptor Thrust is wondering, Alex, would we see the deluge go during a wet dress rehearsal?
It depends. We used to see them try the water deluge on pad 1, but it used to be different. So, when we talk about a wet dress rehearsal, sort of to backtrack here on what I'm explaining, right? That when they do a wet dress rehearsal, they go through all of the steps on the countdown. And so it's not just about tanking the vehicle, right? Loading the propellants, but also doing everything else. And everything else includes, turning everything to internal power. Like, you gotta sequence all of that software that is running all of the different events, right? That's very important, because if there's something that you may need to check, then that's the moment that you really can do those changes. And so that also involves sequencing of the deluge system, might be part of that. However, on the wet dress rehearsals that we used to see on pad 1, it used to be off time. So like, we will see the detonation suppression system activate and basically go down to what will be sort of a simulated T-10 second mark, and then do like a detanking and everything. And then after all the detanking, then we will see the plate being activated, right? Back when, again, pad 1, the deluge plate. For pad 2, there's a few improvements. There's a few things that are different. The first one is they have pumps to actually recycle that water. So, or at least the majority of the water that falls into the trench, because there's obviously some of the water that spills out, basically. So in theory, they could do not just the detonation suppression system, but also run all the way to basically the second where they will have engine ignition, but without the engine ignition, right? On pad 2 as well, we saw it yesterday, or was it the day prior? I don't remember now when the static fire happened. We had an abort of when the deluge system was supposed to activate. Like, the system aborted pretty much right after it started. And they were able to recycle within a minute and a half and then try again, right? That was not a possibility, or at least we don't think that was a thing, because SpaceX kept saying on every single stream that if they fire the deluge, then it will not, like, it will be a scrub for the day. And we assumed yesterday that it will also be a scrub for the day because they aborted the activation. But they were able to recycle. So even that is a thing that they can try, that they can recycle even after deluge has been activated. Like, they can stop and then retry again, right? A few minutes later. If you've watched our coverage of Artemis 2, we talked about this so many times on the SLS wet dress rehearsal, because they also tried this sort of thing of stopping, going back in the timeline, doing a recycle, and then trying again, right? Who knows? We may see something like that as well. We've seen that in the past for Starship wet dress rehearsals, where close to the simulated T0, there will be no detonation suppression system. There will be nothing at all. And then it will happen sort of off time. It will happen like 10 minutes later. And that might be because they were simulating a hold in the countdown leading into that process. So again, I know it's a long answer. It's an Alex answer. You asked it, so you get the answer, right? But just to put in perspective how many things might happen in those last few seconds.
That's fine. It gave me a chance to catch up on my drink, so thank you.
Oh,
Yeah,
and I
get
forgot to
your water
mention,
deluge.
My water deluge, yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ryan.
we have a ship at the launch site for the first time in like 7 months.
Yay!
What was it, 208 days, you said?
Yeah.
Alternative timeline where we have a ship back on the launch site after 6 months because it's gone to space and back.
Oh, man.
I can only wish.
I mean, it'll happen eventually when they do a once around on like, or maybe it's in space for like a year and they come back from Mars or something, you know?
Yeah, in that year they will have launched a few more times in between. Look at all those tankers.
A live view from the gauge mobile here as all the tankers go by.
Wet dress rehearsal, baby. We are going to that. I mean, I do think with this many tankers, they really are going to fill this thing up
Like
entirely.
the only other thing they would do would be a tanking test to start with and then go to a wet dress, but there's only a single closure in there. So, and while a tanking test would kind of help them just kind of get used to
Hoppy.
the ship systems. There you go, Hopper.
Everybody say hi to Hoppy.
Hi, Hoppy.
Hi.
But I think they would just... Oh, those are interesting lights up in the bunker there. I think they would just end up... You might as well just load the whole thing up, you know? Go all the way.
It's funny, because you can see also tankers leaving. There were probably a few tankers that were ready to leave, and they couldn't because the ship was in the way.
Jeez Louise. Wow.
That's hilarious.
That's wild is what that is. So now it's nearing, it's already nearing pad 2. Where are we at, Ryan, with the chopsticks? And what do you think are the odds of how quickly, or I should say, how quickly do you think from once it gets into position with the sticks, do you think that we will see it lift?
Well, the sticks are continuously going down, and they've been checking the skates every once in a while as they're going down. I think they're just verifying all the chopsticks work entirely. They also move the actuators a little bit too, so they're making sure these are good to go after the skate issue that they ran into. So once those are down and they're confident in that, it might only be like 2 or 3 hours or less. It didn't take them long to line up booster, and going to be entirely honest, taking the booster off its stand is a lot more complicated than ship. Ship is you put the sticks under the new lift points. You kind of put them up there snug. You hook up the stabilizers. You put weight on it. You disengage the 6 clamps on the transport stand, and you lift it. That's about it.
From the chopstick side of things, it's basically like lifting a booster, but it's lighter, right?
It's lighter, and then
shorter.
The transport stand is simpler because you don't have 20 clamps to disengage and then slide out of the way of the engines. You just lift it off the stand. There's just disengage the clamps. My guess is they'll they'll kind of get it in line. The sticks are coming down to it right now. They'll get in a position with the sticks. They'll set it down in the right location. The sticks will go up and grab it. They'll take the press lines off and cap off the QD ports, because they'll uncap those when the ship gets up there, because they have warp platforms they can rotate out up at the ship QD level. They'll put covers on the QDs. They'll untie the aft flaps and probably deploy them. And then it's a matter of time of are they confident? Are they ready? Is it good to go? And then go and lift it. They may clear the pad and clear some area around it before they lift it, because it's the first lift of this pad. First ship lift, I should say. But they may not as well, because they've lifted ships before. I mean, this isn't like the first time they've stacked a ship. They have stacked, I'd have to go count the amount of times they've stacked a ship, but they've done it a decent amount of times. It is a little bit different, but it isn't that much different at the same time.
Close enough.
Yeah.
By the way, I do want to give a shout out here. Jay Keaton has been the one producing. It is now D Wise, my guest who was with me with Taylor Hose over on the Flame Trench, who is now producing things. Oh, there's D's card. Cool. So now we wait as it finishes rolling up to the sticks or the stack, which let me continue. Thanks to people here. Wilbo Baggins said this was excellent. Thank you, NSF. I thought you were going to sleep, as someone said earlier. Ernie Gibson, there was someone on roller skates before earlier asking where they could get a set of skates like that. Gordon with the $20 super chat saying, thanks, guys. Thank you. St. Claus becoming a Capcom member. Capcom above gets access to the NSF Discord with all the awesome perks that come with that. There's some cool channels for each of the different space agencies and countries, and there's food channels, there's sports channels, there's all the kind of stuff, and you can talk with us in there. So welcome aboard for that. And Bill Douglas with a $50 super chat saying, this is in memory of my life partner. Thanks, guys. Apologies for your loss. Our thoughts are all with you, and hopefully we get a beautiful Starship launch in the coming week or weeks in their honor. Let's see here. Got a couple of people getting stuff in the shop. John, I'm not going to be able to watch tonight, but I know you guys will do a great job. Thank you. Hopefully SpaceX does the same with the lift, with their great job. Kenneth saying thanks for all you do. Anonymous with I think the message we all have here. Please work version 3. Yes, please. James, when series? I'll take moon landing first. How about that? Smart AI Money going bleep bloop.
Bleep bloop. There you
go. Todd saying go flight 12. And the real Levi saying, hurry ship, I see rain coming on the radar. Can they lift in the rain?
I doubt they would want to. They probably could. They probably could, but like if there's any chance of thunderstorms or any kind of thing like that, I wouldn't risk it. I don't think they would want to either. Because you got to also remember they use drone. They use drones to try to make sure this thing is lined up correctly. And considering it's the first V3, they may also use lifts to do the same thing as well. They may do physical aerial work platforms have deployed to look up at the top of the booster, and doing that in the rain that's questionable. That's for safety reasons. So I would assume that if it's raining, they won't lift. If it's nice and clear and there's no wind issues or anything like that, they'll go ahead and lift.
Alex, let me try that again. Do you think could they lift the ship in the rain?
Yeah, probably.
I want to at least give an answer.
You got to give the joke answer first and then go into the serious answer. Oh boy, I will never forget that night.
Right now, it's from what let me look to see what the NOAA says.
NOAA,
it's saying a slight chance. What?
NOAA, are they the partner of NASA?
Don't think so.
It's
This is-
NOAA.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead.
Sometimes I don't get the jokes. Sometimes I do. Sawyer.
Do you call it the
know.
VAB or the VAB?
Ugh.
Do you call it NASA or NASA? Do you call it NOAA or NOAA?
You know, you have a point.
Yes.
But anyways,
ESA, yeah. Go ahead. Sorry. What is the NOAA radar saying there?
they have a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms before 4 p.m. and then slight chance after 5 p.m. That's like a 20% chance tomorrow. There's mostly cloudy tonight, is what the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration is saying about the weather right now down in around Port Isabel. So, I don't think there will be an issue. If there really is thunderstorms, there might be an issue regarding the wet dress rehearsal. But it's a 20% chance right now. Otherwise, it's just cloudy tomorrow, really. Or partly sunny, I guess, tomorrow. So we might actually have a pretty nice looking wet dress rehearsal.
Oh, I hope so. Also, BMR said in response to what you call it, he said he doesn't know. He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
He's got no idea.
No idea. Yeah. I'm sorry, Ryan. I had to. It's like, again, people calling it VAB.
Right.
Bobby, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. And Smart AI saying Mom's 75th birthday on the 15th. Hope we launch on the 15th. Alice, where are we at, by the way, with all of the No TAMs, Not Mars and paperwork and stuff for getting ready for launch?
Well, I think the major item for paperwork is definitely the launch license, right? But in terms of airspace and marine closures, those are coming out. I normally don't worry about those because it's sort of like there are so many little pieces and zones that are, because, you know, both airspace and marine zones or marine spaces, I don't know how to...
Things.
Yeah, well, what I'm trying to say is that everywhere on Earth, you see divisions in airspace and the marine zones or space again, right? And so because there are so many different divisions, then you need to issue note TAMs and note Mars for each little piece, you know, because it's like a really long, especially for launch and also for the reentry, right? The reentry path occurs over the Indian Ocean, so you've got like 3 different airspace areas, and I think also 3 maritime areas as well. So you have 3 different notices for air, and then another 3 for sea, and similar thing for like the launch corridor as well. So you've got a bunch of these. They come out when they come out. It's a trickle sort of thing. They're still pointing out launch on the 15th. I know some people are confused because earlier this week and last week we saw the 12th. They are no longer the 12th. Every single thing that is being released so far shows the 15th. Now, if it changes, we'll put it out. We'll put it on our social media, and probably in some kind of video or future live stream, we'll mention it as well. So if you keep watching our streams and watching our videos, you'll probably be aware of that. Also, nextspaceflight.com or on the Next Spaceflight app. Everything, if you keep following on either of those places, you'll probably find that out if it changes. But so far, it's still the 15th. Again, in terms of paperwork and everything, the thing that right now will worry me the most is the launch license. Not because I don't think they're gonna get it, but because it's the one that is the hardest, right, to get. The other things sort of come by, and it's rather simple and easier to get compared to the launch license. But you know, to my point, remember that I made the point, I don't know, like an hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago, that the sooner that they get the testing, the faster they can fix things, both at the pad and also with the vehicles. It can also be very useful for the regulatory process because they use that data. I was mentioning before, for example, to overfly populated areas, etc., right? They use the actual data from the vehicles to do that sort of thing. So if they have the data earlier, then they can fly earlier. right? They can do all of this paperwork earlier, and that's good. That's what we all want to happen, right? That these things can get done quicker. And we don't know exactly how this launch license will be written, like what sort of things it may say, but it could also be that perhaps I'm hopeful that if the Flight 13 profile is very similar, at least the same, then they can keep the same launch license, which means for Flight 13 we will not need another modification. We've talked about this many times, that every single time they modify their plans and modify the flight plan, they have to file for a new license. So, we'll see. At some point it needs to change, though, because they need to go into orbit.
Yep, that would be nice to eventually reach orbit, especially given that this is supposed to be an orbital class vehicle.
Exactly.
Here's an interesting question from Anonymous in chat. Ryan, does the tower have a lightning protection system?
These towers don't. And it's mainly because Boca Chica does not really experience many thunderstorms. They'll experience rain, but as for thunderstorms, it's nothing like the Cape. And I know Sawyer can attest to that one. You get a lot more actual thunderstorms at the Cape than you do just rainstorms. And it's mostly just rain down in Starbase.
Yeah, there's a lot of thunderstorms here in Florida, can confirm. It's just so weird to see a tower without it. You're used to the catenary wires, or, you've got the single-pointed stick. I don't know what else to call it. The big white spirally one at the top of the fixed service structure at 39, the 3 at 39B, the 4 over at 40. It's so weird not seeing one here. It's like, oh yeah, but
They are
lightning.
slowly moving into the sticks.
I was gonna make a joke with the previous view that it was total eclipse of the stack. But anyways,
Oh boy. Now the song's stuck in my head. Thank you.
you're welcome.
Matthew the Rocket Nerd coming in here with another good question, asking, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the first ship lift using the actual catch points, right? V2 and V1 use the pins that stuck into the side.
Correct. Yep.
Cool. Thanks.
Even though they added structural catch points to the later Block 2s, they never used them for lifting at the pad. They used them for lifting, in and out of Mega Bay 2 and whatnot, but they never actually used them for lifting, stacking at the pad. They kept the ship pins for that. And now that system has been scrapped. It is now just the catch/lift pins now. So it's a more universal system because they can use They can use both for ship and booster. And this is also the first time they're lifting a ship with the shorter sticks. It's going to look kind of weird, like it does with booster, because it's going to go in between the sticks and then it's going to stop. And the sticks are barely going to reach beyond the ship.
I like that the stabilizers, you can see them already sort of swung out. What would be the word? Yeah. That was not a thing on Pad 1, right? Like, they couldn't move out that way. I mean,
I think they could. They never really did it very much, though.
I know they improved this. Like they move out quite far out.
Yeah, these move out of the way pretty decent amount just to get out of the way of things.
Yeah, for ship catches that will be quite useful.
Yeah,
to not hit the aft flaps, basically.
Or slam into the tiles, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, minor detail.
Because luckily the flaps will be tucked in for those who don't remember the good old days of the flipping burns and whatnot from the suborbital flights. I mean, we still saw it on the like 37 and 38, but they tucked the aft flaps in during initial landings.
I was gonna say, like, every single ship that splashed down had the aft and the forward flaps, I think, both tuck in.
Yeah,
once it's
eventually
vertical.
the forwards tuck in after it goes vertical.
Yep.
Oh, the good old days. Alonzo was wondering, will there be Starlink dummies on this flight? I believe there is payload, Alex, or will be, not on it yet.
Yeah, we think they may not be as dummy as we previously saw on previous flights, right? Like, we saw a communications permit to release a communicating payload on a suborbital trajectory, right? Which on a Starship flight, and it was like, yeah, this is for Starship Flight 12, and it very much meant that probably the whatever flies on this flight is less dummy than on the previous flights. We don't know if it's the full thing, but at the very least, it's gonna have the communications from the Starlink satellites. So, who knows?
Well, ship should be in position. Looks like the SPMTs went down. So the next step is for
People
them
going
to
up.
what?
Oh,
Oh,
I thought
elevator.
the elevator was going up, and I thought it was gonna stop at that level.
I don't
There's
know.
a level there.
They can actually, they should be able to access, I think, can access it with stairs at some point here and there. But anyways, the next steps are to probably untie the aft flaps and take the press hoses that they have off and put over the QD ports, and then once they're confident the ship is in the exact correct position that it has to be, which because it has to be like basically nailed down. A lot of times they'll actually partially bolt down the transport stand, so the ship is exactly where it needs to be. They'll raise up the sticks around the ship and hook into it, and then hook in the stabilizers. That could take the next hour or two or more. And when they're confident and they're ready, they'll stack it. So yeah.
Yeah, hopefully sooner than later. Again, the plan is they have testing scheduled for tomorrow, right, Ryan? We saw them update the timing, but they still have a big window for tomorrow.
Yeah, so tomorrow they have the noon to basically midnight. It's 11:59 p.m., but let's just call it midnight. They have a 12-hour window tomorrow. It was 8 to 8, now it's 12 to 12. They pushed it a little bit later because the roll got pushed a little bit later. So we expect, as we've been talking about with all the tankers and everything else, we expect a wet dress rehearsal tomorrow. Full stack, full test of the countdown, everything for this vehicle, a fully frosty Block 3 vehicle on this pad for the first time ever, to test a new countdown. I cannot wait to see how quickly they load the whole thing at once, or how the tank farm it works in that case. Timings, I will be writing down every little thing. It's going to be a lot of fun. But first I got to stack it, which they should be doing relatively shortly. In fact, we might even actually have a really nice shot of the QD here to watch them. If we zoom, I don't know if this is CP11 or Bolin cam, but we might be able to like thread the needle shot between the tower and the flame trench wall. So we'll have to watch for when they take those press lines off. Back to the old days for those who remember way back when. They didn't even have press lines in the later days of Block 2. That's like Block 1 days. I think they only had press lines on this because it sat in Mega Bay 2 for so long, waiting on the Chopsticks team to fix that. But we'll have to pay attention to that, and we'll watch for the flaps to open and for the sticks to go around the ship.
He said the thing. Oh wait, this isn't the flame trench.
Ah.
Oh man. So I guess I gotta say, this still looks so weird with the shortened chopsticks. It's like it's not in all the way. No, it is. It's as close as it's gonna get to the tower. It's just the sticks are that much shorter. It's still learning all the V3 stuff. It's still so bizarre to see because this is really the first time we've seen it in the sticks, ready to get lifted up here. Let me thank some people here. Mitsu Crazy, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. We'll see you in the NSF Discord. And the real Levi, how come Tower 2 has no flashy lights?
Doesn't need them. Well, we talked about this earlier. They're only required by the FAA to have red indicator lights, which I think they have to reinstall them with the new roof and everything like that. They do have a bunch of lights on the tower for a lot of bright LED lights and everything like that. They don't need the strobes that's on pad B, pad 1. I mean, they don't need that. They just need red lights, but according to the federal aviation regulations. But of course, SpaceX likes to be different and annoy people with flashing lights. So
It's SpaceX. What do you expect?
Yeah.
When in
39A
doubt,
has red lights. So
yeah, which Alex, you were saying there were people still working on that even tonight.
Yeah, I actually opened up Space Coast Live, and there were people already on the QDR level. You could see the flashlights and everything going around. So that was interesting. It might
Starship
be.
action on both coasts, or well, not both coasts, on the
Yeah.
Gulf Coast and the East Coast. We'll say. Sorry, West Coast, you don't have any Starship right now. Oh man, that's such a cool shot. Is that what you were talking about before with trying to peek through it?
yeah, we can see them. We'll be able to see them take those hoses off and cover the QD, and then untie one of the flaps. So that's actually like a perfect shot for us. That'll be a really good indicator of when they're getting of how far along they are and how close they are to actually lifting it, because the flaps will be open and the QD will be taped up. So that'll be some good indicators to watch.
So that much closer. That will be the indicator of lift. And Russell, by the way, saying best wishes, Flight 12, getting the new Starship Flight 12 patch and pin. I love that we have the pins now as well for that. So anyone who got those collector's editions out there of the set, now you can add a new one to it. And for people going, wait, but I don't see it yet on the shop. Isn't it supposed to be when it goes full stack? Yes. Once we have the full stack, we will release it to everybody in the world that wants one, or at least everybody who can get it at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. But for right now, it is still available as a pre-order for members who got exclusive early access to it. So if you want to grab yours now, would be the time. But if you want to wait until stack, it's coming up very soon. So you'll be able to grab all the Flight 12 awesomeness. But it looks like they may still be a little bit away from this. And of course, we have the views that we can watch now that Ryan was pointing out for when they are getting that much closer to lift. And of course, once they are, we will rejoin you with commentary. So stick around, folks. Yeah, I want to make sure it's not a pre-order. You'll be able to order your patch here. But yes, once we get notion that they are about to lift, we will rejoin you. We're going to take a short commentary break, and we will rejoin you very much shortly after that.
Hey everyone, I'm back for a little bit. Just kind of give you a quick update on what's going on here. So far, we've got the chopsticks up around S39. The stabilizers aren't in yet, but we don't really expect those to go in for a little bit here. We've got crews up at the QD here. They're in the process of taking off. It looks like the two press lines that are on it installed on the main fill drain ports on the QD. And then after that, we're kind of waiting for the flap ties to basically get released. Once those are released, the flaps will get put out. They'll cover up the QD ports. The sticks will kind of go up a little bit to take a little bit of the weight, engage the stabilizers, and then we should be getting a lift. Right now, they're still in process of working things. We don't really know how long this will take. They could be done within the next hour or less or more. But we're just kind of watching it with everyone here and hoping for a full stack tonight, sooner rather than later. I really want to see these two vehicles stacked, but that's kind of what we're hoping for. bleep bloop. You know, I'm gonna keep doing it. These feel like little Raptor radios. But anyways, hey everyone, I'm back again. We're still waiting on them to disconnect those pressure hoses. I would assume it's gonna happen sooner rather than later. It does look like there's a lift up around the flap as well, so hopefully they're gonna unchain that as well. We can't see the other flap, so we're just kind of waiting on it. But I hope they finish up soon because I want to see this thing lifted, and I bet anyone here who's hanging around with us want to see it lift sooner rather than later as well. But I remember this. It really feels like the old days, just sitting and waiting for them to lift these vehicles up and whatnot. So we're still hanging out. And you know, within the next 10, 15 minutes, who knows? All of a sudden, the hoses could be off and the flaps could be unchained. So it can happen quickly, and we're just kind of waiting for it. So we'll be back fully whenever they're much closer to lift, or if they just surprise us and start to lift. So see you then. Bleep bloop again. Hi everyone. Yeah, we're still waiting for them. They're taking their time. It kind of looks like the lifts are up in place. I know one just went down, but it feels like they are waiting for the go ahead from like mission control or someone up in a room to say that the ship is good to go and they're good to stack. Because 2 lifts are in position to unchain the flaps, and the other one is basically ready to start disconnecting the power and data lines as well as the pressure lines. So they're basically waiting. And I guess we'll just kind of wait and see when that happens. Hopefully they get the go ahead soon and we get a stack soon. It's probably not a bad thing to say that a lot of you in chat are probably getting tired, and we're kind of getting tired too. So we just want the stack to happen, so we can see the ship stacked on the boosters. So let's hope it happens soon. All right. So we'll be fully back when there actually progress happens.
Good morning, everyone. If you fell asleep, good morning. If you stayed awake with us, thank you. This is Sawyer Rosenstein with NSF. In case you forgot what tab you had open, this was the rollout of Ship 39 and the lift portion. Well, we got the roll part. Next up, hopefully, the lift. And it looks like we're finally seeing signs that we are getting that much closer. So we are back with some talking. seeing 5x5s in chat, meaning you can hear me. And hopefully you'll also be able to hear back with me once again, Ryan Weber. How you doing?
Hi everyone, I'm back. You got a few updates from me while we were waiting. Yeah, so they're in the process of taking the data and power lines off, as well as the press lines off, and we're waiting for them to take the rest of the stuff off so that they can go ahead, clear out, and get this ship lifted. Because boy, do I want this thing lifted, Sawyer. I just want it over with.
Well,
Like
over with,
happy want
yes.
it over with, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, want it over with because that means we finally get a full stack, right? Totally not because we're both exhausted or anything and have other things. No, it's we totally want to see a full stack, or both, I guess, in this case, but still. So, reminder, since our question queue is cleared out, because it's been a while, if you have questions or if you asked them earlier and they didn't manage to make it on, you can tag us at NASASpaceflight or at NSF, and we will try to answer some of those questions. The person asking, did we have a good nap? No, none of us slept. We've been up watching this the whole time, just in the background talking about it and saying, please, SpaceX, do the thing.
I've been sitting here jamming out to Linkin Park, Blink 182, Sum 41, Green Day, some a little Disturbed here. Yes, some Taylor Swift, Avril Lavigne. You know, just kind of jamming out, waiting for them to get on with it. That's been kind of what I've been doing the last couple hours. So,
and I've been losing miserably in Slay the Spire too. So that's what we've been up to here. And B-Wise is still awake, pushing the buttons and pulling the levers. So looks like we are starting to see some of these lines removed. What are these lines, by the way? And what are we looking at right now?
So the two bigger ones are pressurization lines. They hook those up to the primary fill drain ports, so you can pressurize both tanks separately. And then the smaller ones are power and data. So you're basically your data communications line, and then you're probably a 115 volt power line, AC power line, hooking right in. That is if the system runs off 115 volts. I actually have no idea what their voltage architecture is on Starship. So, but it could easily be a plain old AC power line to just kind of power the systems on board, or at least apply AC power that's not the batteries and the inverter. But either way, they're starting to disconnect that stuff, which means they're getting ready to clear out those QDs so that they can lift the whole thing. And then the QD on the ship QD arm will get its first chance to hook up to a ship. And that'll supply power, data, gas, propellant line connections. That'll supply everything the ship needs to be filled and calmed and powered with until it disconnects before flight. So, hopefully they finish up here soon. Again, as I said, we're getting antsy, but
I mean, yeah, because we have that closure scheduled to start in 11 hours from now, or less than 11
boy.
hours now, with that going from 12 p.m. Central Time to 12 a.m. essentially Central Time. So 12 hours there for them to hopefully do a wet dress rehearsal. Of course, we're expecting testing, but what kind of testing are we going to expect seeing those giant lines, the Congo lines of propellant and all of those commodity trucks coming in and having a full stack and expecting them to do vehicle testing? Kind of narrows it down a bit. So we'll have to see.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think that's kind of what we can expect, and hopefully that means that they lift this soon so they can check out everything and then go ahead and do that wet dress rehearsal. And if all goes well, that brings us another step closer, finally, to seeing Starship return to flight with a new version at a new pad. Let's see. Now we're getting caught up here. Now we're seeing questions come back into the panel. I know we also have a whole bunch of store messages backed up here that I want to make sure we hit too. But let's take some questions first here. Lev was asking, what are the circular orange things on the booster's hot stage ring, and how many clamps and what positions are they for the stack?
Circular orange things.
Oh, hang on, wrong button. I'm guessing kind of talking about once we lift once the ship is lifted and we get it attached to the booster.
So there's a position sensor on the hot stage ring, and then there's 3 clamps on the ring itself that hook to the ship. It's the 3 clamps is the same setup, or at least there were 3 clamps on the older designs. However, the ship clamp design has changed completely. So it's not the same clamp design as the past. So it's like block 1 and 2. But there's 3 clamps it hooks to, and then there's like a position kind of sensor set up in one part of it. I forget the angles between all of them, but yeah.
So somewhat similar to what we've seen, just a little more high tech.
Yeah, it's a more refined ship clamp. It should work a little bit better. It's although I gotta say that the old one worked kind of fine, to be honest. I think they just found a way to refine it a little bit more.
Yeah, it's SpaceX. They're gonna make everything work, and then they're gonna make it look nice and work. So aesthetics does play a role, I feel like, especially when it comes to Starship. I mean, just look at the hot stage ring. I mean, yes, I know it's for practical purposes in the design of it, but I mean, it could be like the one that they have on Soyuz. This looks a lot nicer than that one. Let me go back and go through the support queue here. Earl, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Anonymous earlier saying, come on, display. Jay's asleep. I can't even make fun of him for his panel not wanting to work right now. Almost looks like my panel unlinked here, and I have no access to it anymore. Cool. So, while we get that troubleshooting here, trying to think if there were any questions here. So I guess the question now is there anything loaded up inside Ship 39 at this point yet? I know there's eventually going to be the Starlink either simulators or actual Starlinks that we're not quite sure of which yet, but it seems more smart than Dumblink.
As far as I know, there's nothing in ship right now. From what I understand, it will get a payload when it rolls back to the production site. It's not entirely flight ready yet, and neither is booster. So the plan is to stack this wet dress rehearsal. We saw that there's a closure that starts in like 11 hours and 15 minutes. It's noon to midnight. They plan on doing probably do a wet dress rehearsal in that closure, destack and roll both back to production site for final checkouts and payload integration into Ship 39. That's kind of what we figure is going to happen. But of course, we'll wait to see exactly what happens overall here as we wait and watch for them to stack this thing.
And again, it's based off of the paperwork and filings that we've seen. We might hopefully actually have some visuals during this deploy from one of these. Is that kind of what it's reading like at the moment?
Maybe. I'll go with a maybe. So we'll see.
We'll see. And also, I see the panel is back, although it did clear a lot of support from earlier. So I apologize if I didn't get to read out the ones earlier. There was a lot of nice messages and support, and people still getting the Flight 12 stuff, which again, once this lifts, all of the Flight 12 merch opens up to all of the public, and this is ready to ship. It's not like pre-orders as we've done in the past. These are patches, these are pins, shirts, mugs, all of these ready for you to enjoy. Members getting early access to that, of course, with the links and password that was dropped off in all of the membership sections of YouTube, Discord, and on L2 forums. But I can say at least the ones that are showing up here still, Matt's Mike Alpha Tango Sierra gifting 10 red team memberships, and Newtopia J gifting Ted red team memberships. Hen, not Ted. Ted is a name. It is a TV show. It is not a number. 10 red team memberships. Thank you very much for that. And again, I apologize for everyone else's message that didn't survive the waiting for the lift here at the moment. Let's see. Looks like questions are coming back at least. Someone said, "What do you mean the old design worked fine? Don't you remember Flight 3?
Flight 3? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. The old design, well, talking to the person who sent it, the old design of the clamps worked perfectly fine. In fact, remember Flight 1? The entire stack stayed together as it cartwheeled through the air. The old clamp design was fine. They just needed a slight redesign it. And if they're talking Flight 3 of the fact that the hot stage ring got ripped off the booster, well, that's not really a clamp issue. That's more of an aerodynamic thing of the fact that there was so much air running through it, it ripped it off. So, yeah. But, yeah.
Yeah. Well, again, now we have hot stage rings, and it's an integrated hot stage ring, so hopefully that will help as well, as opposed to having it detach. Although I will miss just the sonic boom of the booster and then of the hot stage ring following behind it. That was pretty cool. Same person, Kowsking, also asking, could this wet dress rehearsal include an engine test? I think this goes, if history has shown itself that it's not likely that they do an engine test with a full stack, but I guess, again, is that something you can ever rule out?
Yeah, I don't think they would. They did their 33 engine test. They'll never, ever, 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 never, ever, 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 ever gonna do my Scrubs impersonation there of Dr. Cox. Never, ever, 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 ever fire a ship on a booster while it's stacked on the pad. That'll never, ever happen in the history of ever. They will, maybe someday they might do a static fire of the booster with a fully stacked vehicle. Say, the booster comes back, ship comes back, they end up, or they stack a new ship on it, and they just want to get the ship on there with the payload, and they do a quick static fire of the booster just to verify some things. Then they get ready and go for launch. There's a chance they do that at some point, but they'll never do a ship on top of the booster or anything like that.
At least fire the engines with it as well. Obviously, hopefully we see the ship on top of the booster sometime sooner rather than later.
Right.
Oh, man. So, trying to see those lines. Did they reconnect those? It looks like they were taking them off before. Can't tell if they're reattaching them now.
They might have or they've left some lines reconnected. They don't really seem to be in a hurry to disconnect some of this stuff right now. That's kind of pointing to, I don't know how much of a hurry they are to stack this thing. We'll see. There's still an aft flap that I don't think is even open right now. Now to think about it. Yep, nope, the flap closest to the mount is still not even open yet. So,
but there are ones that are open at least.
There's one aft flap is open, the other one is closed still.
Okay. So that's a start. That's what was that, 50%? 1 out of 2 ain't bad, Meatloaf might amend it to say.
Instead
of 2 out of 3 ain't bad?
You just got me thinking of Meatwad, but oh man. I don't know if you know that reference.
No, sorry, I only know the 70s singer. Who I actually got to meet.
It was the very old days of Cartoon Network, late night Cartoon Network.
Oh, was that the one that like the meatball head?
Adult Swim? That kind of
that cartoon, is that the one you're talking about with Meatwad?
Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Aqua Teen.
Aqua Teen Hunger Force, yep. Okay.
Yep.
Now I know what you're talking about. I was talking about and I was thinking about the singer. So
Okay, yeah, two totally. My brain's going places. It's been a long night. Let's just go with that.
Yes, it has, and the night continues to grow, as at least we have a ship at the pad for the first time in 208 days. So, got that going for us, which is nice.
You
Let's
know, Thank goodness for small favors. Am I right?
I guess something like that.
Right? I don't know.
This is just a genuine comment, not a reference that I'm missing, right?
What?
Anyway,
Sorry?
I was saying that's a genuine comment. That's not a reference that I'm missing, correct?
No, that's not. Nope. That's fine. No,
Okay.
the one that kind of references that is for a moment there I thought we were in trouble.
Oh no, I hope we're not.
Yeah.
Oh man, I gotta
Butch
say, I'm
Cassidy and
also
the Sundance Kid. There you go.
all the references, folks. There you go.
Yeah, we're doing references. Tonight's reference night. That's what it is.
All right, chat. Give us some of your best references that relate to Starship that are family friendly. Otherwise, Nightbot will get angry at you, and our moderators will get angry at you, and I will be disappointed. Not mad, just disappointed.
Just disappointed.
Oh man, but yeah, Meatloaf was. I got to meet him. Fantastic guy. Spent like 10 minutes just talking with me after a concert where he almost passed out in an outdoor balloon festival in New Jersey. It was amazing. Great guy. Great music. Let me, in the meantime, go through support that is finally showing up again here. Josh saying go SpaceX, Starship, and NSF, and Jacques for the epic design. Yes, Jacques, who does the design for the patches. Oh, spectacular. Oh, again, once you get in, there's usually a thing explaining the different colors and the design and the pattern behind it. So once we get this thing stacked, you'll be able to learn all about Jacques' amazing work on this one. Joseph saying, keep up the amazing work, guys. Thank you for that. HLS Hiding in Star Factory. I love the name. Saying, booster ship safe spaceflight. Amaze. The name is just, I love that. Richard saying, hoister. Yes, please. And Wheaton wondering, will the liftoff speed / acceleration be quicker because of the increased thrust from Raptor 3s? Also, is LEAT engine still a thing? Love the coverage. That's
The
a Brian question.
liftoff. There was just a PA that I didn't really hear. I think it's drone ops. My nice drone ops. You've been flying the drone around for the last couple of hours. Yippee. Doesn't really mean anything. The acceleration might be a little bit quicker. However, even with the slight increase on Raptor 3, at least for now, they also did add a little bit more propellant. So it might not really be that noticeable of an increase in speed. But then again, it's always a possibility. The lead engine, I don't know what their plan is for that. I would hazard a guess that the SpaceX is working on a brand new clean sheet design, full flow stage combustion cycle methalox engine using what they learned from Raptor. Because there comes a point at which you can only squeeze so much out of an engine like Raptor. You can't literally squeeze any more out of it at some point, so you would need to design a new engine from the ground up to try to get more out of something. So I would not be surprised if they are working on such an engine, but the likelihood that such an engine would be ready anytime soon is slim to none. It would take years to make a new one. But they've proved full flow stage combustion cycle engine will work. They can fly it, and we're about to see a newer iteration fly in within the next 2 weeks, maybe something like that. Yeah.
I think it's a safe bet to say before the end of the month. Hopefully, within the next 2 weeks. But I think we're at that point now of assuming all goes well with Wet Dress, that we will see this launch in the month of May, preferably as soon as May 15th. Which, for those unaware, that is the current targeted date based off of notice to mariners and local marine notices and other official paperwork that is starting to come out for area closures. So hopefully that means that as soon as the 15th, we see this fly. If not, they have a couple days after that before they take a break because there's also weekends, and then there is also Memorial Day in there. So lots of things to take into account in figuring out the dates. Hopefully they can get it off before all of that. Let's see. A lot of people talking about Meatloaf now. Yes, Rocky Horror, phenomenal in that. All I could think of is what you shout out when they're eating meatloaf for dinner. Anyway, let's see. Brandon Knapp was wondering if there was any more information you could talk about the hot stage ring and recent changes pertaining to this model. So I guess, Ryan, what makes it different than this? And also the whole thing of, wait, can they actually control where the exhaust goes now?
Well, controlling the flip is going to be done by ship ignition sequence and TVC. As for the hot stage ring itself, well, instead of being more or less a puck of steel, is kind of what it was in the for Block 1 and 2. It is now an integrated part of the forward of the booster. The dome you see there is the forward dome. That's what that is. It's the forward dome, through and through. That's, it's kind of cool to it's like, yeah, that's the forward dome. If they fully fill the methane tank, it'll get nice and frosty. The way to spread out the load is the new truss system. So there's a CNC milled ring. It's not all one piece. It's multiple pieces that are all bolted together. And then the truss pieces are bolted between the ring and the attachments on the tank wall itself. So they're all bolted. Basically, they're all bolted together. So, like, if for some reason down the line part of that hot stage ring itself was damaged, they can take a section out and replace it. It's just unbolt it, and bolt the new section back in. It can handle more. They have basically sheets of steel sitting on the top of the dome, which is to help protect the dome from erosion and stuff like that, and from everything else. I don't know how they're going to replace that down the line, because it will ablate away as they launch. So either they're going to just keep welding plates onto the top of that dome and add more weight, maybe weld stuff onto it, or they just need a new forward dome, which you can't really cut out a forward dome. You'd need a whole new booster for that. I don't know what they would plan to do with that one on that. That is an interesting question. That is a question I would love to ask SpaceX, but here we are. Either way, it's a significant improvement in the design. There's a lot more open area for the exhaust to exit than last time. Last time the vents were kind of small and everything like that. This is far more open and will allow the exhaust to vent more. And part of this design improvement is the grid fins are lower, which means the grid fins won't be impinged on with the exhaust plume off ship. So the grid fins will last longer as well. So there's a lot of cool different changes with this design. It's all integrated now. It's not a separate part that gets installed on the booster afterward. It's part of the booster, and that's that. It's a nice change, to say the least.
Let's be honest, there's a lot of things we want to ask SpaceX, but the answers we get are, it's black on one side, it's shiny, it's tall.
Hey, Sawyer.
Yeah?
Did you know Starship's big?
No. I would have to visit SN15 in the Rocket Garden to tell.
Yeah.
I will never not make fun of that big update, which was the most nothing burger of all. That was literally on a stream where the banana was a payload. But still. It seems like Australia is awake at this time of the day now. So good day to everyone in Australia, including
good
friend of the channel, great streamer Marcus House, saying, let's freaking go! It feels like it's been a long time coming, but the countdown is finally on. Yes, it is. Marcus, good to see you as always.
Wait. Top of the morning to you. There you go. There's another one. I'm losing my mind here, guys. We're just going to go.
Good eye would be more like it, but...
And good eye?
Yeah, what you did is Irish, top of the morning.
And Kevin just told me that was horrible. Thanks, Kevin. Thank you. I know. I'm tired. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Marcus. If you choose to never return to be back on
If,
NSF
if,
for the
if you
streams
don't
again, I
ever
don't
want to
blame you.
listen to me again, it's entirely understandable. I understand. I'm really bad at things. Yeah, I'm not. Oh, JS Web's production. I'm not losing it. It's been long gone. That's also true. That is also true. I don't think I've ever been there in the first place. My brain's also just been. It's just kind of off in the distance. It's just gone, especially now. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyways,
well, thank you, Marcus. Always good to see you. If you haven't checked out Marcus' channel, you totally should. He's a great guy as well. And converted hydrogen coming in with some emojis here for your next break, guys. A winky face. Thank you. I mean, hopefully the next break is once we have a full stack, but it's SpaceX. We can all hope. But yes, thank you for the Australian dollars from both of you there. Llama King, when's the next This Week in Spaceflight? We kind of went straight from the Flame Trench to this, so things got a little bit crazy. So This Week in Spaceflight is coming, don't worry, featuring your favorite team. It will be coming to the channel this weekend, now that it is officially weekend here, so stay tuned for that. And if you're not already, hit the notification bell, so that way when we do post it tomorrow, you'll be able to get a notification exactly when it goes live. And if you're not subscribed, what are you doing? You're hanging with us at 2 a.m. Central Time here, waiting for them to lift a Starship. Now is the perfect time to join your fellow rocket geek, nerds, enthusiasts, whatever you want to call us at this time of night here, or morning wherever you're located, or evening. Who knows? I guess Geek Aviation is trying to do some math here. They were asking, first off, how many pounds of thrust does one Raptor produce? And then how many do 33 produce together? If you happen to have the thrust numbers right. I know it's a more mathy question for this time of day, but...
thrust numbers for...
Oh, wrong question. Hang on. That's for later. Where is it? There we go. Q. Display.
One Raptor and how much pounds of thrust does one Raptor engine produce? Oh, right now Raptor 3, it's like 250 tons based off the thrust numbers, the overall booster thrust numbers they've been giving us. They want to get that up to 280, and I know Elon's ultimate goal is like 300 tons, so they can eventually have a 10,000 ton booster thrust. But right now, as far as we understand, it's at 250. Because this is the first time they're flying R3. I think after they fly it a few times, they'll start uprating the thrust more and more and more. And especially once they start wanting to fly payloads like actual Starlink missions, they'll up that thrust to as high as they're comfortable with. So they can put more Starlinks up and actually start doing Starlink missions and stuff like that. So that's kind of where they're at right now.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be impressive when we see them at full thrust. If there's any sort of indication from what we saw during the static fire the other day, it is going to be wild amounts of power. Let me see here. Cows King, yeah, with another good question. Say, where did the attic go on V3? And why are the attic vents still there? In the documentary, it looked like it had a bare dome.
You know, I'll just say this. We don't know if the attic's entirely gone. I'm just going to say that. We think it is. We think that the aft dome is covered in those metallic tiles that are on the aft of booster, and that there's no attic in there. However, we won't get confirmation until we look up the ship skirt when they lift it. So that's one of the things we're waiting for. If it's not there, then I think the vents are just to kind of help vent out the skirt section from a different area other than just below it. Because when you're in space, things can get trapped and circulate up there. So it's might be good to have another vent out area for that stuff, and that might be what it's for. So yeah, that's kind of my guess at this point.
I mean, sounds like a good guess. Also, this is the only time where it's acceptable to be looking up a skirt when it's of this particular rocket once it's lifted. So, just making that clear. Which hopefully we will see this lifted soon. It seems like it's a little bit on the farther away side than we anticipated, but soon TM. One thing you can get happening now, right now though, instead, if you want already, Max had an amazing print that he took of the ship here waiting to be stacked with the booster, bathed in the beautiful light there. You might call it a match made in Starbase. In fact, that's what Max called it. So this is now available at shop.nasaspaceflight.com as both a metal print and as a poster. So if you want V3 already on your wall, Max with a gorgeous shot here, and a reminder, every print that you get does go to support the photographer that took it directly. So awesome job there, Max. I mean, it's so nice seeing all the Starbase photos come back in of actual hardware, not, oh, look, it's another ring. It's another barrel section. No, it's a full Starship ready to stack, bathed in the light of the night. I love that. Ernest saying, love the new Flight 12 goodies. Fly, baby, fly. Yes. Bideford. Hey, Bideford. Saying, I had my sound turned down. Sorry I was missing the chat. Thank you for going without sleep, as I have too. The best. You still haven't slept yet either? Man, I don't know if you're right. I'm starting to get loopy at this point.
I am. I'm getting a little tired. I am. It's certainly starting to catch up with me. I've been awake. I think I've been awake since 8 a.m. Because I thought the ship was going to roll at 10. So I woke up early to do a few things, and then raring to go, and then ship didn't roll, and then I've been awake all day. It's been fun. So
Yeah, it also didn't help that it took them a little bit to roll the ship out to the launch site there. It took a lot of pauses along the way, including one where it stopped short and did a little, the little jolts, like if you slam all the brakes in a car until your seatbelt snaps you back into place. A little bit of that. Perrin also saying, can't wait for this flight. Same. Can't wait for this lift as well. And, oh, hi, Fluffy. Saying, any time of day, West Coast is okay. Sorry, I may have changed a word there. It's late at night. My sight isn't good, so I thought it's either East Coast is bay or West Coast is okay. I don't know which one I'm reading it incorrectly, but that's what it is. Thank you, Fluffy, for the support. So I guess we thought they were starting to pull the cables out here, Ryan. It looks like they're still looking inside the ship here.
Yeah, they're messing around with the press lines here. I don't know if they're taking them off or not. But they really don't seem to be in a hurry to want to lift this thing. They still have a aft flap closed. They still have lines up to the QD. I don't know if it's me, but they don't really seem that much of in a hurry to disconnect everything. I don't know if that's just me, Sawyer, or be sitting here for as long as we have, but
Yeah, this is something that we expected that would happen a little sooner. It also seems like with this flight, they have been going, we want to push this thing, we want to go quick. And
Right.
We've seen it move really fast with the program, and now it's like, if you're wanting to see it, we'll take it a little slower. Which, again, I'd rather them take it slow and get it right the first time, but come on, SpaceX. But yeah, so I guess in your estimation that, again, all this is a guess, of course, as just based off of visual clues, since it's the first one of V3 lifting, how far away do you think we might be from finally seeing this thing lift?
I mean, they still have to disconnect those press lines. They have to close out everything else. Then they have to clear out and whatnot. And then they, then they have to put, weight on the sticks and put the stabilizers in and do all that kind of stuff. So there's still a decent amount of work to do. And and if you're SpaceX, it's like, all right, do we take our sweet time here? Do we try to lift right now? Or do we take our sweet time and lift when the sun comes up? Do we do that? I don't know what their plan is. The problem is we can sit here and watch them mess with this for a while, and then all of a sudden the lift's back away while everything's still connected, and we go, "Oh, dang it!" So, we could be close. We could not be close. It's one of those things we just don't really know. With it being the first one, there might be other things that they want to do. But as of right now, I would say that they're kind of fiddling with things that we're really not that close.
Here's what I'm wondering. I may be crazy for thinking this, but chat, I want to know your thoughts as well. Could they just, at this point, saying, you know what, it took a little longer to get out there, we lost the sun in the roll, maybe we, I don't know, lift it at sunrise, get the beauty shots? Because you saw some of the shots that they had inside the that 24-minute documentary they put out.
Mhm.
Those were some beautiful shots, with the sun behind everything as it was rolling and on the stand. Do you think maybe they're doing it for the photo op and just waiting a little bit?
Maybe because they've done this with vehicles before too. For anyone who was here before the stream started and was looking at SBL, the ship rolled out of Mega Bay 2 and then sat in the rain yard for like half an hour. There's only one thing I could imagine that was for, when there was no lift up at the vehicle at all. And that would be what they did with Booster 18, which is a team photo. I would not be surprised if that's what that was for, because they've done that before with other vehicles. Like they did it with 18. They rolled like partway between Mega Bay 1 and 2. They sat it down, they did a team photo, and then they rolled 18 out. Unfortunately, it didn't end well for 18 after that point, but let's hope 39 doesn't have the same fate. But either way, that could have been what they did with that, and they might be waiting till sunrise for the lift, which it's 2:11 a.m. What's sunrise here?
Looking it up.
Sunrise.
6:46 a.m.
Yeah. So.
So that would be 4.5 hours, basically.
Yep. Which, I mean, if they take their time, yeah. But basically, that would mean night shift gets it all the way ready for. If they do that, that would mean night shift gets it all the way ready for a lift. Everything else is completed. Day shift comes in. They have their day shift comes in at 6 a.m. They have their safety briefing, their lift briefing, all that other stuff. Day shift sets up and they lift like an hour or something into their shift, or like maybe 45 minutes or half an hour in, and then it's right at sunrise. That actually tracks. That tracks. And I'll say this: with the change to the closure during the day, depending on how much time they need, we could be looking at like a late evening, or like late evening nighttime wet dress rehearsal, which kind of brings back Flight 3 vibes, when they did the wet dress rehearsal at night. There's always that possibility. They have that closure till midnight, so if it takes them 8 hours to check the ship out after getting it stacked and the QD hooked up at like 10 a.m., then they can start the wet dress rehearsal at 8 p.m. We know that they can chill down the tank farm and probably load the full stack in like 2 hours or less than 2 hours. So it's not like it's that unreasonable for them to do something like that. They could still get it in tomorrow. So, is what it is. Maybe that's what they're doing at this rate.
And the other thing to keep in mind that we talked a little bit about earlier is the forecast. There is scheduled to be some rainstorms rolling through Starbase tomorrow in the afternoon, if I remember rightly. So I wonder if they're kind of time everything that they can avoid the heavy rain, get it lifted, check everything, and then be able to back down away from it while the storms hit and then go into a wet dress.
It could be too. Yeah, I could see that.
2:15 a.m. it becomes speculation hour at this point here at NSF.
Right.
Oh boy. Shazbert Toddbot saying, "Oh come on, guys, Sawyer and Ryan, chug a Red Bull and wake up."
You know, like, I don't want this to sound, screw it, I'm gonna say it anyways. I am almost 32. I'll be 32 in actually it's like 11 days or so. And I remember a day back in like high school and middle school where I could easily stay up 48 hours. No problem whatsoever. Just play video games nonstop. That was never an issue. 24 hours was nothing. 48, yeah, I could do it. The most I've stayed up once without ever sleeping was 72 hours.
Goodness gracious.
That I slept for a full 26 hours after that. I still remember that. It was a long time ago. But either way, I'm not. I'm young, but I'm not that young anymore. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, you and I are about the same age. I get it. Also, I can only have so much caffeine before my body's like shaking.
That's true.
So don't think we haven't had caffeine. Caffeine in the morning. I don't drink coffee, so I have caffeine seltzer. I had a Pepsi. So yes, I drink Pepsi and not Coke. Come at me. That's okay. Marcus Marcuson, wondering, will there be a nitrogen tanking test before a wet dress rehearsal to see if the new booster holds a full heavy ship with less risk? Is that possible? Ryan?
They, as far as I know, they cannot load nitrogen on the pad. They can only load methane and LOX. I don't think they have any nitrogen routed. And to be honest, they've already did a tanking test. They did a static fire with the booster 2 days ago. I think it'll be fine. They'll do a full wet dress. They'll load the booster in the ship. It's going to be interesting to see when the ship loads versus when the booster loads. I have a feeling you're going to have a decent amount of prop in both tanks on the booster before you see it in the ship. That's my prediction. Because I think ship's going to take a lot less time to load. But they don't need to do another test. The only thing I would say to do is they could do a small tanking test, where they don't do a full load. They only do a partial load on ship and booster, and that would just be to test everything in conjunction. But if you're going to do that, you might as well load the whole thing and evac the village and close everything down. You might as well just, why not YOLO, do the whole thing. Although it's not really YOLOing it. It's just, let's just do the whole thing right away. So,
yeah, I mean, kind of like Artemis did. It's when they got through all their initial testing, it's like, look, we want to fuel it and be able to say, yes, we fueled it and launch. In this case, it's that except the actual launch portion of, yes, we want to fuel everything, test it out, and make sure it's good to go as is, so that next time we put it out on the pad with everything secured and ready to go, we can just launch it. Also, I see chat now very divided on the Coke and Pepsi thing, and Kevin, I like you more now, saying Pepsi is better than Coke. Also, everyone talking about how old they are, and I can still stay awake. I knew that. I'm a little older than you, Ryan, by a couple months. I'm also 32, and I can still stay up a decent amount, but it gets to a point, not like I used to, where I could go, again, like you said, 48 hours on maybe like 2 hours sleep and keep running.
I'll say this. If this was a night where I'm on playing video games with friends, or I'm into a deep session of like Hearts of Iron 4, I could stay up for a while. But when you're sitting here staring at a screen, waiting for Starship to do something, you get tired because you're not doing anything. You're just sitting there staring at the screen. And you kind of just get tired, When you're really, really focused on something, you can stay awake all the livelong day. But if you're just staring at Starship waiting for them to stack a ship, it can get boring to watch them do nothing, waiting for something exciting to happen is kind of what you're doing, basically.
Yeah. Let's keep going through some of the support here. Sean saying, awesome work, no sleep tonight, thanks team. You go with the no sleep part. I still want sleep at some point. We've been asking, what do you guys think the realistic max chamber pressure / thrust of Raptor is? Could the integrated and combined parts cause a reliability problem?
The realistic max, I would. I don't
Making
really
Ryan
know.
think this hour.
I don't know because I don't work on it. I'm not a rocket engine engineer. That is a question for SpaceX and one they likely will never answer. It's probably I don't even. I'm trying to remember the pressure for Raptor 3 right now, and my brain is not working at the moment. So yeah, I just yeah.
That's fair. My last brain cell is holding on. It keeps bouncing between me and my cat, the one shared brain cell.
Wait. No. That's not how that's not how orange cats
I know,
work. Orange cats all share a singular brain cell, and it bounces between them. So like one day out of like every several years, Jake gets that one brain cell, and then he has to give it up at the end of the day.
Oh, I know. Trust me. I've had him for over 10 years. He's orange cat. I get it. And Magra saying, given that everything is pretty much brand new, are we back to Flight 1 levels of possible issues that can happen? I think saying Flight 1 is a bit on the extreme side, because obviously you have 11 other flights worth of knowledge to back you up. You don't have a lack of flame trench or diverter or suppression system like we saw on Flight 1. You now have an actual launch mount with flame trenches that divert away and the whole deluge system on top of that. I think that gets rid of a lot of that, but I don't know. What do you think, Ryan? Is this closer to Flight 1 type probable or possible issue?
Nah, it's Flight 1 was they hoped to clear the pad. That was their goal. This flight, I would bet the goal internally is get to stage separation. And I think that's the goal they need to have. I think the company needs it to get to stage separation, and they need the ship to to be controllable on coast phase. The best thing for the company would be a perfect mission. But with how new everything is, it's always possible for with how clean sheet the booster is, it's possible for that to fail. I think ship will do somewhat fine. A lot of it is a clean sheet design, but it's not nearly as clean sheet as that booster is. That booster is brand new. There's so much new with it.
There is a lot new to that booster, and of course, hopefully that booster will have a ship on top of it. But I gotta say, at this rate, it seems like we're still a little while away. It's like we were talking about earlier. Maybe they're waiting for sunrise or something. But Ryan, I think no Red Bull's going to help us at this point. We're beyond help. I think it's about time we wrap up dedicated coverage. But don't worry, we of course will stay live with all this over on Starbase Live. Excuse me, I'm so used to Space Coast Live. On Starbase Live, our 24/7 live cameras over at Starbase, where you'll be able to watch all of the action as they get ready to lift, and then of course NSF will have you covered all day, Saturday / today / tomorrow, depending on where you are, for all of the Starship testing, everything with potential wet dress rehearsal, all of that, we have you covered here. So, Ryan, thank you for staying up with us and joining me in the delirium that is this hour.
Yeah, no problem. I swear, it's always these streams are always kind of fun. It does look like they disconnected the press hoses, but there's still the adapters that are hooked to the QD plates. Those aren't even off yet, so they've only taken off the hoses. So those adapters also have to come off, and they're kind of lowering down right now. So there's still more stuff to do. And it could take them a little while longer to take all that stuff off. So yeah, it's kind of I think it's a good idea for us to kind of get some sleep here. But it's a pleasure as always, Sawyer.
Yeah, because again, we want the rest of our team to be in full swing when we get the actual lift happening, and then of course once they do the testing on it. So we will be there for it. Alex was on earlier, who had to pop off for bed, but I'm sure we'll be hearing more from Alex in a little bit. Out in the field, I know we had live camera views from Gage as well as Max. So thank you to both of them. And I know there's also the team that's been in the background doing the remote camera side of things as opposed to the physical camera side of things. So shout out to all of the Starbase Live operators as well. And again, don't forget you can check out Max's new print in the shop. And then Jay Keegan was the one who started off on the producing for this stream. And then Jay abandoning us for the bedroom to sleep. And then D Wise coming in and taking the reins as we were hoping for this lift happening here. I think that's everybody. Thank you, the viewers, as well. And I am Sawyer Rosenstein. I have been your host for this roll stream. We had a roll. Don't forget, that was all still this stream where it rolled out. And we will see you later for full stack. And a reminder, once we have that full stack, patches will go out and all the Flight 12 merch will be available to everybody. But if you want to guarantee that you get your patch now, all members check out the membership section of either Discord, L2, or YouTube, and it'll tell you exactly how you can start getting your Flight 12 merch now. Until later today, have a good one.